All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the morning of June 10th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Kamei? Campos? Salas? Cohen?
Here.
Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy? Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey? Foley? Mahan? Do you have a quorum?
Great, thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Thank you. Once again, welcome. Today's invocation will be provided by the Vivace Chorus, and Councilmember Mulcahy will tell us more.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This morning, I am very proud to bring you the Vivace Youth Chorus for this morning's invocation. Located in District 6, Vivace Youth Chorus is a high-quality choral music education organization that has grown significantly since its founding in 2003. Vivace is housed at the beautiful stone church of Willow Glen on Lincoln Avenue. Vivace balances its programming to include local vocal training, music literacy and theory, and performance practice, all while introducing their students to various musical genres from all over the world. Thank you, Executive Artistic Director Christina Nakagawa and the entire team for your hard work with your students. And a warm welcome to the Vivace Youth Chorus for joining us here at City Hall today. We're excited to have you. Break a leg.
Thank you, Councilman Mulcahy, Mayor Mahan, and the rest of the City Council members. It's our honor to be here today. We are preparing for a performance this Saturday at Carnegie Hall. The students will get up very bright and early tomorrow morning to travel to New York City to represent the state of California at Carnegie Hall in the National Youth Chorus. The song that they're going to sing today, Sikirileke Koloi, is a South African folk song that is two children's games put together into one song. We hope you enjoy. Again, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor for us as a city-granted organization to represent District 6, and our students come from all over the city of San Jose to come together in song. Thank you. That one.
Sikirileke moto awela. Sikirileke moto awela. Sikirileke moto awela. Sikirileke moto awela. Hare papala moto awela.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much, and congratulations on getting the opportunity to perform at Carnegie Hall. We're very proud of you. Thank you for representing the city of San Jose so well. Councilmember Mulcahy, thank you for bringing Vivace Chorus to our city council meeting. We will move on to ceremonial items. Councilmember Ortiz, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim June as Portuguese Heritage Month.
Thank you. And I see the Portuguese community leaders are joining us. Please, if you guys could just line up right here. Bom dia. Good morning, everyone. It is with great pride that I join the mayor and my colleagues on the city council to formally proclaim June as Portuguese Heritage Month in the city of San Jose. This marks my second year commemorating this very important occasion, which honors the rich culture, traditions, and many contributions of the Portuguese American community through the celebration of Dia de Portugal. This evening at 6 p.m., we invite everyone to join us at the Plaza of City Hall for the official flag-raising ceremony. Beginning June 10th, City Hall will be lit in the colors of the Portuguese flag for 7 nights in tribute to this vibrant and important community to our city. These celebrations are part of Portuguese Week, culminating in the beloved Dia de Portugal Festival at History Park, occurring this Saturday. A joyful expression of culture, unity, and pride. The Portuguese have been part of San Jose's history since the 1840s, with early settlers arriving during the gold rush. Today, over 30,000 residents of Portuguese descent call San Jose home, many of whom maintain deep ties to the historic Little Portugal neighborhood in Eastside San Jose, a cornerstone of our city for more than a century. We also honor the many Portuguese American individuals who have shaped San Jose's identity. Among them, Joaquim Estevez, Antonio Furtado, Father Lionel Noya, Mr. Goretti Silveira, and community leaders like Vicky and Joe Machado, and Teresa and David Vieira. It is my distinct honor to recognize Mr. David Vieira, a leader in Portuguese language media through KSQQ-FM and KLBS-AM, for his dedication in preserving the Portuguese culture here in our city. Today, he will be receiving the official city proclamation on behalf of the community. And I wanted to ask, and Mr. Vieira wanted to share a few words to the council and community.
Good morning. Happy Dia de Portugal. Happy Portugal Day. In Portugal, it's a holiday, not so much here. But we do appreciate this proclamation from Councilmember Ortiz and the City Council, Mayor Mahan. If you take with you just a couple things from what I tell you today, it'd be considered successful. Little Portugal is due east of here. We are at 200 East Santa Clara Street. The Five Wounds Portuguese National Church is at 1375. That's just 2 miles directly to the east of here. It was established, the parish, in 1914, construction of the church in 1916, finished in 1918. So that's pretty old. And it is a San Jose city landmark, as it has deservedly received that designation as well. But we have a rich past, the Portuguese community in San Jose and Santa Clara County, but we also have a rich future coming up because the future Five Wounds Trail, named after the church, will connect the east to the west, San Jose's trail system. And hopefully in my lifetime, I will be able to board a train at the 28th Street Little Portugal BART station. So the Portuguese community is not done. We are moving to the future, so to speak, but much appreciative of our rich past. Once again, thank you, Councilmember Ortiz, City Council members, and Mayor Mahan.
Now I invite the mayor to please present the proclamation. Happy Dia de Portugal.
Why don't we head over here, we'll get a group photo, we'll move away from the podium here. you all for taking the time to be here today. You have the proclamation. You got to stand up.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sir, did you want to be in the picture? Join. My staff will take it. My staff will take it. Please join us.
Okay, can I see your teeth, please? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you so much.
Hope to see you Saturday. See you.
Yeah. You there Saturday? Good.
Saturday. Okay. We'll see you. I think so. Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you. All right. Thank you all. And again, the Portuguese flag raising today is at 6 p.m. So we will take a brief recess from the council meeting to head out to the Civic Center Plaza here. Okay, council members Candelas and Mulcahy, please join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim June 12th as Philippines Independence Day. Oh, I'm sorry, just Candelas. I had an error in my notes. Stay there, Mulcahy.
I would actually like to invite Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Ortiz, my co-hosts for the flag raising this Friday. Yeah. It's all good. Come on, join me. Come on. All right. Well, while we wait for folks to get down there, down here, first of all, mabuhay, and hello everybody. Apologies, I'm losing my voice, but I am honored to gather here today to acknowledge and celebrate the Philippines Independence Day. This day not only marks a turning point in the history of the Philippines, but also highlights the rich contributions of the Filipino community here in San Jose. I want to thank the groups who have joined us here today: Bayanihan, PhilAm Foundation, the Filipino American City Employees of San Jose, aka FACES, and members of our Filipino American community. Here in San Jose, we are fortunate to have a vibrant Filipino community that has been and continues to be an integral part of our city. From small business owners and healthcare workers to educators, artists, and activists, the Filipino community continues to shape the culture, economy, and spirit of our city. I want to shout out all my titos, titas, ates, cuyas. You are a vital part of what makes San Jose such a special place. To our Filipino friends, families, neighbors, and our community, we celebrate with you in recognizing your independence, your culture, and your legacy. Salamat for making San Jose a better place every single day. San Jose is celebrating Philippines Independence Day all week. We'll be lighting City Hall in the colors of the Philippine flag, blue, red, and gold, from the 12th to the 14th. And the celebration continues at the Santa Clara County Government Building with the Filipino flag raising this Friday, June 13th at 5 p.m. I would now like to welcome Michelle Amores with FACES and the Bayanihan PhilAm Foundation to share a few words before the mayor presents the proclamation. Please.
Maraming salamat po. Let me just put this down. Here we go. Thank you, our Honorable Mayor, Matt Mahan, City Council, City Manager, and all of you in the audience. Special thanks to Councilmember Domingo Candelas, Councilmember Peter Ortiz, Councilmember Dave Cohen for their unwavering support. I also want to acknowledge the organizations with me today. As Council Candelas mentioned, Bayanihan PhilAm Foundation, which plays a significant role in promoting Filipino cultures and history, headed by Rose Wenceslao. All our PhilAm community leaders and dedicated volunteers, as well as FACES, who celebrates their 35 years of service. Also with me is Noel, part of the Itliong Way project team. Our unity in educating, uniting, advocating, and honoring the history of Philippine independence is a testament to our shared cultural heritage, values, and tradition. We want to thank all of you for recognizing this historical event. After years of struggle and brave men fighting for their rights, the Act of Declaration of Independence was prepared and signed with the United States Army, witnessing the proclamation on June 12, 1898. Racing and proudly waving the Philippine flag while marching and singing the national anthem. Now, I'm going to ask most of you to say this with me, including our council and mayor. Mabuhay! Ipagdiwang natin ang araw ng kalayaan ng Pilipinas at ipagmalaki ang ating kultura. Translated, long live. Let us celebrate the Philippine Independence Day and be proud of our culture. Thank you.
I will ask the mayor to present the proclamation.
Independence Day. Congratulations. Thanks for being here and for all the work you do in the community. We'll come over here for a group photo. Just avoid the podium. We don't want to move this way.
Got it. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right. Thank you all. We're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I am not seeing any, so we will move on. Next would normally be the closed session report. We will wait for our city attorney to come back, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Councilor Mulcahy, did you have a comment on item 2.22?
Yeah, Mayor, I am going to choose to recuse myself on 2.22. My brother is the volunteer board president of the Willow Glen Business Association, so I'll recuse myself and be back.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Councilor Mulcahy. Were there any other items that council would like to pull?
Point of order, we do need to pull 2.26.
I was just going to mention that. I'm hoping, do we have someone from the city attorney's office who would like to, or maybe it's Jeff Provenzano, would anyone like to comment on item 2.26? We're going to pull to vote separately on 2.26, is that right, Tony?
Yes,
Okay.
that one, the city attorney said cannot be part of consent.
Got it. Okay, and that's it. That is the note. Is that fair to say?
That's all I know.
I saw Jeff coming down. Jeff, is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
Yep, thank you. Jeff Provenzano, Director, Environmental Services Department. Great question. The recommendation was to pull it. This item is being heard by Valley Water's board today and Santa Clara City Council later this month. There's a lot of involvement, a lot of attention on it, so the recommendation was to pull it from consent for council to ask questions or comments if interested, but just to highlight it as its own item.
Okay, great. And are we, and I, again, hoping city attorney will be able to rejoin us. After, say, a motion, assuming there's a motion on the full consent calendar, can we take it at that time, or would you like us to take it later in the meeting? Oh, I see Nora was on a call. Okay.
I think
she's on her way.
My understanding is you can, if you want to vote on the entire consent calendar and then vote on that separately, again,
Okay.
staff is available for questions. But according to my notes, the item requires a finding from council under the Surplus Land Act, and that's the primary reason for it to be separately voted on.
Got it. Okay. Well, hopefully everyone has done their homework on all the consent items, and that makes sense to everybody. So we will come to the council now. I'm going to request that colleagues, if there are any items that folks want to pull or vote on separately, that's fine. But should someone move the consent calendar as a whole, I'd ask you to pull out item 2.26 for a separate vote. And I'll turn to Councilmember Kameh.
I'd like to move the consent calendar, pulling out 2.2 and 2.26.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. 2.22, is that the other one? Yes, 2.2.
No, Yeah.
We don't actually need to pull it out because he's recused himself.
Oh, I
If you-
see,
Unless you
I
want to
see.
comment on it separately.
No, 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 no.
Okay.
Okay, okay. So we're just
Do you
going to
want to modify your motion?
pull out 2.26
And then we'll,
and move the rest of the consent calendar.
do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dewan. Okay, I'll pause for a moment. I do not see any hands raised. Let me see if we have public comment on consent.
Yes, I have 4 cards.
Great, and Tony, just as a note, we are going to separately take item 2.26,
Yes.
so if there are comments on that item, we will
Yes.
hear them at the next public comment.
These are not, none of these are 2.26.
These are not related, okay.
So I've, actually, it's Betsy. It's actually 3 cards for Betsy. So Betsy, you only get 2 minutes to talk about the 3 items you want to talk about.
Yeah.
And Roland, come on down.
And,
So
and
Betsy
Tony,
and
for
Roland.
consistency, I think we're going to be 1 minute all day.
Okay,
just
1
given,
minute.
given how many items we have and how much that we just
Okay.
did a 5-hour public comment last night.
So Betsy and Roland, come on down. You have a minute.
Do I get
Okay, take
2
that
or
down.
1 minute?
Unfortunately, we're going to, just to be consistent with last night, we're going to go with 1 minute all day today. We have mostly budget items today. We're going to stay consistent today. Thank you.
So first of all, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you putting this on consent. It's much appreciated. Okay, so we're going to do this very quickly in 1 minute. This is what I'm going to be talking about, all the issues, everything. Waste the time here. Okay, it's going to sound negative, but the good news I've got for you is that all these issues have been resolved. So that's the first issue, is the entire station is going to get flooded if the Guadalupe ever goes over. Oh. All right, so why did they design around the PG&E substation? It's not there anymore. Google got rid of it. And these are the problems that they caused. They shifted the entire station at least 1 block north, and I'm going to show you the kind of impacts it has. So that's the fatal flaw, stations too far north. They're impacting the entire Vespaio apartment complex over there. The issues here, you've got all the pedestrians and the traffics.
Okay, that's your time. So go back. Next speaker.
Are there any plans to add services to Columbus Park for the homeless that are living there because they have no place else to go? It's my understanding that the runway protection zone is about 1,000 feet long, but there's like 5,000 feet there. My brother was abated on April 8th and tools were taken from him. Who is responsible for notifying the abatement team that the 4th and the 14th amendments exist? And who will be replacing the tools and other valuable items that were taken from him that are causing him a loss of earnings because he can't use those tools to earn money? I can't afford to replace him anymore. Every time his stuff gets stolen, I buy him new clothes. I bought him 2 RVs. I get his truck out of impound. I replace tools for him, and I don't have anything. I'm in debt. So I can't afford to do that. Diridon, are there any other plans to use the spots for homeless RV parking until until longer-term parking?
Thank you. That's your time. Sure. Back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right, so we're coming back to consider the a motion on the consent calendar as a whole, except for item 2.26, which we'll take up separately. I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Dwan, you weren't. Okay, do you need us to look at your computer? Yes. Okay. Can you take a look? So motion passes unanimously. And can Mulcahy register a vote on every item other than 2.22?
believe
he's-
so,
'cause he's
as long
right
as
here.
He did,
He
he's
was-
recusing himself specifically on item 2.22.
He can ask to record.
Yeah.
You-
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. So we are now taking up item 2.26. This is an option agreement for amendment to ground lease and property use agreement for the advanced water treatment facility. Let me first ask if there's public comment, and then we'll come back to start with Councilmember Cohen.
I have no cards for this item.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Coming back to the council, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just briefly comment on this item. This is an important collaboration with Valley Water and the treatment plant and the city of San Jose in expanding purified water for the region. This is important for us and for water resilience. It's unfortunate that we have to start with a small pilot scale rather than move straight to the full production scale. But that's what we're doing here, is setting aside the land to allow the pilot facility to be built by Valley Water. So I move approval.
Thanks, Councilmember. And Councilmember Kamei, did you still have your hand up, or just for the second? Yeah, go ahead.
Just very briefly, this has been a project that has been long coming, and now that I find myself on the other side of where I used to be at the Water District, now I'm here. It's absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much for the collaboration and all the work that has gone to make this successful.
Thanks, Councilmember. All right, I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
That's a yes.
I think we're still having technical difficulty.
So that's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we will try to figure that out. We are moving on now. And Nora, I skipped over the closed session report. I saw you had to step out. Did you have anything from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies. I did have to step out. No, we do not have a report out of closed session today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nora. Appreciate that. Okay, so we are on to item 9.1. This is the, and by the way, just for folks following along, we have a few items that are time certain, not to be heard before 1:30 and not to be heard before 6 p.m. So we will not follow the strict order, so I'll try to be very clear about which item we're on. We are now on item 9.1. So we are going to recess the regular city council meeting and convene the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose. Item 9.1 is the successor agency to the San Jose Redevelopment Agency approval of the July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 administrative budget and annual recognized obligation payment schedule for fiscal year 2025 through 2026. Let me first go to Tony to see if we have any public comment on 9.1.
I have no cards.
No cards, okay. Coming back to the council, let's see if we, thank you. Okay, we have a motion from Vice Mayor, second by Councilor Kamei. I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote. And maybe is it working now, Councilmember Dwan?
Yes.
Great. I think we're still missing one. There we go.
Yeah, we're still missing one vote.
We got
there we go. Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll now adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose and return to the regular city council meeting. And that brings us to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're on to item 3.5. This is approval of the issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue notes and the loan of proceeds thereof, and approving related documents for the Kuzer Apartments. There's no staff presentation. Tony, do we have public comment on item 3.5?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, coming back to the council.
Move approval.
All right. Once again, motion from Vice Mayor, second from Councilor Kamei. I don't see any other hands. I'm sorry, Councilor Cohn, is your hand up? I'm sorry. Councilor Cohn, no?
No, sorry,
Okay.
my mic's-
No problem. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, don't see any hands. Tony, let's vote.
Still waiting on one. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We are on to, so again, as I mentioned, items 37, 38, 39 are not to be heard before 1:30. That's in a couple of hours. So we're going to move down to item 3.10, which is a proposal for pay for performance. There's no staff recommendation. I will give some opening comments. We'll see if there's any public comment, and then we'll come back to council for discussion. We are moving right along here. Okay, so this is again item 3.10, pay for performance proposal. So thank you all for engaging in a robust discussion about this proposal over the last quite a few months since the March budget message. The most recent memo authored by Vice Mayor Foley and I reflects a fundamental principle, the idea that leadership must lead by example. The proposal that came through the Rules Committee puts a draft ordinance in front of us to consider and vote on today. Should we vote to move forward, the city manager would return to us in 90 days within 90 days to present a more detailed policy and grading rubric, if you will, to lay out a little more detail about how we would manage this. For years, we've asked our city departments, senior staff, the city manager and her senior team to align their compensation with measurable outcomes tied to community impact. This proposal would take that same principle, one that I'll note is quite commonplace throughout both the for-profit and non-profit worlds, and apply it to ourselves by tying a portion of our salaries, 5%, to the achievement of publicly adopted performance metrics. We would be making a bold statement that we should be held to the same standard we expect of others in city leadership and positions of influence. And if the policies and programs that we collectively, by the will of the council, agree to prioritize and fund do not achieve measurable results on our residents' top priorities, that we will, as was mentioned last night by some of our public speakers, we will have skin in the game. We too will feel a consequence, a feedback loop for failure to move the needle on the issues our residents care most about. Through the research of the city attorney, and I want to thank Nora and her team for this, we've identified a path forward here that does not require us to go to the ballot box. I know in March there was a lot of concern about the cost of putting this on the ballot and concerns about modifying the charter. This alternative approach, which saves time and money and is simpler, would allow the council to utilize City Charter Section 407D to bring forward an ordinance that aligns the creation and enshrining of annual performance targets with the June budget message vote. It's a vote of the council, one that we're taking today, later in this meeting, and directs the city manager to bring forward a report after the close of the fiscal year in August that would grade us on our performance within those focus areas and against the goals that we've set. It directs the city clerk to agendize a public hearing every August to discuss the city council's and really the city's collective performance on the goals we've laid out and worked on over the previous year. The ordinance also annually withholds 5% of the mayor and city council's salaries, and if performance targets are met, they would be granted back. If performance does not achieve, if actual performance does not achieve the goals we've set, there would be a formulaic and proportional reduction, and as was mentioned, that would be per a formula or rubric that the city manager would be bringing forward to us for further policy discussion in the fall. In my view, this doesn't just align compensation with results, which on its own I think is valuable, but it strengthens our overall budget process. By integrating performance targets directly into our annual budget deliberations and our quarterly scorecard and dashboard updates, we're ensuring that our goals and resource allocations are not only aligned, but are publicly visible, publicly debated, and grounded in real accountability. In short, this builds on our current focus areas, the scorecards and dashboards we've built out in recent years, the modern performance management system we've developed and become more comfortable with and refined, and it makes it real. It's one thing to put something on a dashboard and say that it matters. It's quite another to have some skin in the game, to have a feedback loop that's more immediate than elections. It brings our mayor and city council compensation practices in line with the management pay for performance program that all of our other senior leaders in the city already operate under. And doing it this way avoids an estimated $1 million cost of a charter amendment election while still achieving the same public accountability goals. I think San Jose has a unique opportunity to really set the bar for what transparent, accountable, performance-driven governance looks like in local government, and I hope we can experiment and be that model of innovative government for the rest of the country at a time when, frankly, frustration with government is high, results are not what they should be, and people are looking for greater focus and accountability. I will just briefly mention two other things, and then I want to go to public comment and come back and get the council into the discussion. I know everybody's going to want to weigh in on this. A few of the objections I've heard, I just want to quickly touch on. I've heard one that I take all of the objections seriously, so I want to try to, in good faith, just address them briefly, and then we'll go to public comment. I have heard the concern that this will silence minority rights or the responsibility that other members of the council, other than the mayor, have to their district. And I do acknowledge, and I would say to some extent, by design, this model, as is true for our focus areas, our dashboards, and the scorecards that we review every quarter, is meant to get us to prioritize and focus on the big issues that touch every district that we agree are the key priorities for our city that affect all of our districts. And I would just remind colleagues that while there's still a lot of latitude to pursue budget requests for a specific district, for the most part, the budget we allocate and by definition, all of the policies and muni code changes that we create are citywide in nature. We are not elected to govern a district. We are elected as a body to govern a city. And so, yes, in part by design, this is to push greater focus and accountability on the community's top few priorities. I have also heard the concern that we should not be setting our own goals, that there's a conflict here. And I do acknowledge that there's never a perfect system for goal setting. In any private sector or nonprofit setting, you have a negotiation between the executive director, the CEO, the board, various stakeholders, employees. There's always a robust dialogue. But at some point, and I think no better place than a public process, a budget process, we do have to set goals and say, here's what we're most focused on, here's how we measure success, and the fact that it's done in a public, transparent way, and the fact that we have elections, I think will ensure that we are that we are not setting goals that are easy to achieve or not aligned with the community. I think that accountability is baked in by the very fact that this is such a public process. And then finally, I've heard the objection from colleagues that, they were not motivated to run for office for the money. We don't do this for the money. And on that, I will wholeheartedly agree. I think all of us could probably earn more and probably have better hours in other careers. And so I do acknowledge that. To me, it's not really about the money. If we're not doing it for the money, then I guess I don't see what the downside is. And I think the upside is sending a very clear message to our residents that we are extremely serious about delivering results, that we also face a consequence, as do they, when we fail to move the needle on their biggest issues, that we also have skin in the game, that we have a direct feedback loop and that this affects us too, and that we feel so strongly about the importance of changing outcomes for the community that we're willing to put a little bit of our own pay on the line just to show them how serious about that we are. Because I think the unfortunate reality is, I think we'd all have to acknowledge this if we're being honest, elections come down to a lot of things. They come every 4 years. There's a lot of special interest money. There's a lot of incumbency advantages. There's a whole lot of things other than us actually doing the one thing that's most important. There's always the excuse of being able to blame somebody else. At the end of the day, we as a body ought to be able to set goals on 3 to 5 key priorities and actually demonstrate in a measurable way that we can move the needle on fewer people on our streets, less crime, more housing getting built, and that if we can't, we're gonna also feel the pain of that, just like our community does every single day. So I think it's a way to build trust, to build public trust, to increase accountability, and to make our conversations about our focus areas, our dashboards, and our goals that much more real and serious for all of us, all the way through the organization. Okay, so that is my overview in lieu of a staff presentation, since I brought this forward through my March budget message, and now we're going to turn to Tony for public comment.
I have no cards.
Okay, looks like we exhausted everybody with our 5-hour public hearing last night. Excellent. All right, great. Well, I know colleagues are eager to weigh in, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Foley.
Great, thank you, Mayor. This has been one of the controversial messages that we're deciding today, and I'm happy to have been involved in it and frankly co-authored the memo with the mayor when the memo came to rules regarding pay for performance. I continue to support pay for performance. I think accountability is really important, and it is true that we do get elected within our district area, but when we make decisions for the whole city of San Jose and not just specific, in my case, to District 9. What I decide or how I vote is what will impact the greatest amount of community members, and that's looking at it district-wide or citywide. So the concerns of my colleagues, and I've heard them all as well, and they're valid too, that this will change how we look at the districts. I don't see that at all. I see when we're making votes here, we should all be voting, unless it's a development issue right in our backyard, we should all be making votes based on a million population and how it's going to benefit everyone and not just our district. So last night we heard a lot of comments in support of pay for performance, and one of the comments was about raises. The pay for performance does not offer any raises. The raises are set by the Independent Salary Setting Commission. I just wanted to clarify that. What this really does is just withholds 5% of our salaries to be returned to us should we meet our goals at a later date. I come from business. I had a small business. If I didn't meet my goals or my targets or satisfy my customers, I didn't get any business and I wasn't able to pay my employees or cover my overhead. So it was on me to make sure that I was doing a good job with my work, and my employees as well. My employees, we all worked together and had a very thriving business. But the philosophy of pay for performance is a business philosophy that is, some would say, shouldn't be translated to government. I disagree. Our residents truly care that we are getting things done. They were here last night speaking to us in force about getting things done on a whole variety of topics. They want us to get things done. We want to be focused and we want to accomplish those things. So I support pay for performance, I support accountability, and I will move the pay for performance item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Second from Councilmember Casey. Let me go to Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank Mayor Mahan and Vice Mayor Foley. The proposal clearly comes from a place of thoughtful leadership with real focus on accountability and results. And for the last few years, as long as I've been on council, that's something that we've been really ultra focused on. That kind of innovation in government is important and appreciated, and that's why I was open to take a look at it during the March budget message, and I voted for the mayor's March budget message. I also want to thank my council members Cohen and Candelas for partnering with me on the memo that we put together. I value their insights and collaboration. What we're recommending today is straightforward. Let's affirm the voter-approved process that keeps council salaries free from council influence. I understand the appeal of pay-for-performance model. In the private sector, it is very common. It sounds good. It works when success is tied to profitability. But public service is different. Our mission isn't to maximize profits. It's to serve the people. It is for the public good. We answer to the public through elections, we're subject to term limits, we're scrutinized by the media, and we're held to ethical standards. Tying pay to performance metrics might sound good, but there's a real risk of unintended consequences. We already have a system in place that reflects what the voters are asking for. I believe we should honor that and let the Salary Setting Commission do what it was created to do. And with that, I'd like to make a substitute motion that incorporates my memo that is with Councilmember Cohen and Candelas and incorporate the memos by Councilmember Duan and Campos.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss with my colleagues today, and I've made my thoughts very well heard on this, and so in order to save my voice for the other discussions we're having today, I just want to reiterate, the underlying notion that I or anybody else on this council would somehow be incentivized to do more, to do better as elected officials because of a financial incentive. That's not why I, or quite frankly any of us, got into this, into serving the public. The concept, it appears logical, but frankly, elected office is not a corporate role, and I don't think should be treated as such. We are not driven by a profit motive or incentive. Our motivation is greater than that, and I think we have a wide range of duties as elected officials, and ultimately, the primary the primary mechanism for performance for us as as council members is at the ballot box. And I don't want to harp on too many of the talking points that Councilmember Kamei hit, but the voters already reaffirmed this process for taking our authority or our decision making over metrics, over targets, over pay, and depoliticize that by putting it in an independent commission to set our salary, so we don't have to do that. And so I appreciate my colleagues who worked on that memorandum, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues on their thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Salas.
I think all of you know that I've been a businessman for 50 years. Salaries have always been performance-based. That's all I understand. That's all I know. And likewise, a big reason that I applied for this interim position is because I so respect the dashboards that have been created in this city for everyone to be able to see what is going on here, how well we're working. But beware a businessman who's immersed himself in the city council for 5.5 months. because I now recognize that there is nothing like what the 11 of us are doing. There is nothing like it anywhere. And particularly in a weak mayor system, we set policy, but we don't have jurisdiction over anyone except the city manager. And Councilmember Casey, you know how much I respect you, and I have so much respect for the many more business-oriented folks on this council, which is not to say I don't respect the others also. But you know, I read your op-ed in detail, and you mentioned metrics like fewer shootings, more housing costs, these are your exact words, lower 311 call volumes for abandoned vehicles and illegal dumping, more jobs in underserved areas. We can and do set policy for these, but I can't think of any metric when I looked at those that really would encompass all 10 districts. And I know I have, in the same district, I have people who complain about too much parking compliance and too little parking compliance in the same district. The bottom line is that I've learned that public service is not a performance-based contract. It's a public trust. I am so fascinated that my constituents, I've failed a number of times. They want me to do things that I don't do. But they trust that I'm telling them what I believe and what I know. And you're doing a tremendous job, Mayor, by requiring and following through on all these dashboards. But I really feel like, and I've been wringing my hands for a week now about voting against this, but I think it's important that our constituents look at the dashboards and judge for themselves. And relative to us, vote on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Our job performance is judged by the ballot box. Voters have already have the power to reward, recall, or remove us if we don't do a good job. That's how democracy works. Time paid to performance metric, hands decision-making power to whomever control the metric, not to the people we serve. I served as a fire captain for many years, and my performance, my work was rooted in honor and duty. I bring the same mindset to my position here as a council member. We face many challenges that shape outside of our force, from the state laws to the economy and the long-term infrastructure needs. You can't always measure meaningful work in a short-term result. There's no clear process to what success looks like. Who sets the goals? Who decides if we met them? That kind of system could be easily influenced. If a council majority shaped the metric, it can silence dissenting voices or punish those who take unpopular or unnecessary position. Even if pay is tied to a group performance, it creates pressure to go along with the majority instead of speaking up for what is right and what's needed for the long term. We've already have transparency, audits, public reporting are all in place that help our public, our residents, to see our performance. We don't need a pay for performance system to stay accountable. Let's focus on doing the work for our community that elect us to do, not creating incentive or undermine the public trust. I am here because I care about the community. I am here because I'm passionate about serving our community. And I believe that their trust is above all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. I want to thank the Mayor and the Vice Mayor for introducing this policy. As I said in the last discussion, I think it's extremely important that councils have discussions about innovative policies. We should never get stuck in a cycle that just repeats itself, and we should always entertain innovative discussions and approaches to government and policy making. I think, with, my stance and, the comments from my colleagues, it's clear that we all have a deep concern about the unintended consequences that a pay-for-performance model could bring to this body and to the communities in which we serve. I want to make one thing clear. The private sector and the public sector exist for fundamentally different reasons. In the private sector, the success is measured by growth, efficiency, and return on investment. You chase profit, you reward conformity to organizational goals, and dissent is often viewed as inefficiency. But in the public sector, our sector, we serve the public good. That includes protecting vulnerable populations, defending civil rights, and cleaning up blight in neighborhoods that may never yield a high economic return on investment. That is not profitable work, but it is essential work. So I ask, what safeguards will be put in place to prevent council members from chasing quick wins? The kind that look good on paper at the expense of long-term solutions that our communities truly need. Districts like mine don't have the same demographics as others, infrastructure, or resources. How do we ensure fairness across vastly different districts with vastly different challenges? And let's also be honest about the optics. Do we risk creating a perception that council members are chasing dollars instead of listening to constituents? What happens when public trust erodes because it looks like compensation is tied to manipulated or selectively interpreted metrics? Council members aren't staff. We don't report to the city manager or a CEO. We report to the voters. And their needs aren't always aligned with citywide averages or citywide benchmarks. In fact, council members are often elected specifically to challenge the establishment on a council, to be a dissenting vote, to advocate for communities that the system has historically left behind. But if everyone's pay is tied to collective outcomes, what's the incentive for a council member to speak up, to challenge the group, or to take politically risky but morally necessary positions? And finally, how do we ensure that these decisions won't become politicized, that metrics won't be set or interpreted by the majority to serve a political agenda? I believe that we should not adopt a model that sounds appealing in theory, it does sound appealing in theory, but undercuts the very foundation of representative democracy in practice. I believe we should focus on building trust, not attaching dollar signs to complex, nuanced, and deeply local work. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
All right, thank you. My views on this are well known, so I don't think I need to repeat the points that I've made in various forums in the last few months. And I don't think it sounds like I have to be persuasive, so I won't try to add anything else. I want to thank the City Attorney's Office, city staff, for the time they've put in to try to work with us on crafting something, talking to us. I was on the phone with Nora while standing at the airport a month and a half ago, trying to understand where we were going and how it was going. So I appreciate the ability for all of us to be able to weigh in. So I want to thank you and your team for your work on this. I do feel, I'm glad that we're going to move past this today. I feel like given the attacks that we're facing and the challenges we're facing, which include budget pressures and attacks from the federal government, and how our residents feel under attack, and how much we have to do to protect people in our community right now, that dividing the council over what kind of metrics we use to measure our own performance and talk about what our own pay should be, I think is just a distraction. I do want to just comment on one thing. Yes, the budget we pass is citywide, but we all come in with our own local priorities that we incorporate into that budget. There's only one office who usually comes in and says we need money for Lake Cunningham in the budget. That's one district member. We have one office who's focused on Coyote. D7 is focused on Coyote Creek and the issues around Coyote Creek. D2 is talking about what we need at Coyote Valley. I am concerned about the levees and the work we have to do to prevent flooding in Alviso. All those things end up getting incorporated into the budget only because we have our own local priorities. So it's not true necessarily that the budget is a citywide document that smooths out those local priorities. It's an incorporation of all the things we bring to this council. I do want to thank my colleagues for the respectful and thoughtful conversation we've had at the meeting today. I appreciate everybody's real good deliberation on this. I did learn one thing yesterday at the public comment that I just wanted to highlight. Early on, and I'm sure you forgot since it was in the first 5 minutes of public comment, we had a student from UC Berkeley named Leif who came and spoke and talked about something called Campbell's Law. And I looked that up last night to understand what that was. And it says, the more that any quantitative social indicator is used for social decision-making, the more subject it will be to corruption pressures, and the more apt it will be to distort and corrupt social processes it is intended to monitor. Created by a professor in social sciences in the 1970s, in essence, it says that it serves as a warning to be cautious about using metrics as a basis for social decision-making, as it can lead to unintended consequences. And I think we're landing at the right place here. I appreciate, though, that our focus on metrics as a city and our metrics that we'll be using to make sure that the staff implement properly and help us make progress on the goals that we set as a council. So with that, I will wrap it up.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. Only been here 5 months, but starting to read the tea leaves a little bit. But I did, just want to talk, I don't see this as business practice. I don't see this as how we get, reelected or not. To me, this is really about accountability to this body. I inherited, as Councilmember Salas and Campos and Casey did, your goals and objectives, right? We're sort of marching with last year's goals and objectives this year. And, to me, I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to sort of weigh in on that and then working together to make sure as a city and holding our staff accountable for those, for those goals and objectives that we set as a council. I don't necessarily buy the ethical issues that are at stake. I trust this organization and this body to be making the right decisions. But what it might do is make us think twice about sending staff on a fool's errand to study something that is outside of our goals and our set goals and objectives. And I think it's really important that as a city, as a body, as a staff, and a community of our people here, that we really focus, because we have huge issues that we are all collectively trying to solve. So I'm disappointed that we can't see past some of the challenges that or the unintended consequences that are being considered here. But I just want to thank the mayor and vice mayor and others who sort of put this out there. I'm disappointed that we will sort of be back to the status quo. I trust that our city can do brave things, and hopefully there's an iteration of something like this that we can consider moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I appreciate those comments and agree. Also disappointed that we don't appear to have the support today from the council to tie our pay to performance as we do for our city manager, all of our senior leaders. I too don't see this as a business practice or anything to do with profit. I do just want to clarify a couple points, and then we'll get to the vote, because as you say, I think the tea leaves are fairly clear, so I won't belabor it. I do, though, on Councilmember Salas's point, I do want to make a distinction between community outcomes like a crime rate that I'm certainly not suggesting we would tie pay to a crime rate, a number of shootings, a number of pedestrian deaths. Those are outcomes in the community that we only have so much influence over. The memo and the proposal is to look at program level performance. When we fund our police department and set a goal of increasing academy sizes, we're putting money and energy into a goal that we all agree is aligned with less crime. It's not a perfect connection. We're not saying that if we achieve our goal that we've set in this year's budget of increasing our academies by 33%, that all will be well and there'll be no crime in San Jose. We can't predict, and there's probably a lag. But we can sure as heck hold ourselves accountable for working with our city manager, our chief, and as a city, as one city here, to deliver on a goal of increasing our academies by 1/3. And guess what? It takes all of us. Takes our city leadership, takes us to allocate budget, takes us to advocate and spread the word. We all play a role in that. Similarly, 2 years ago, we set a goal of building 1,000 interim housing units. We can either achieve that goal collectively or not. These goals can always be revised. I do want to also just note, and I think it was other colleagues who mentioned the difference between private sector and public sector goals, and I think that's well taken. Part of the reason that the measures we use lean heavily on both program level metrics like the ones I just described and community survey data is that ultimately the community's view of our performance on something like blight, which can be disaggregated by neighborhood, by census tract. We can actually look, and we have, at a breakdown of how are people feeling about our efforts to eradicate blight or enforce quality of life crime in given census tracts in District 5. Is there still illegal dumping happening or not? We can actually use data and dashboards and mapping to drill down in and understand the disparate impacts. In fact, one of my first memos as a council member was to allocate funding for a data equity lead to help us explicitly drill down into districts to understand disparate impacts of policies. So I think we've kind of oversimplified the argument here, and I get it. I get that it's maybe uncomfortable for some. I'll just end on this point, and then we'll get to the vote. On the notion of dissent, I want to make clear that I actually think this kind of performance management model that we all seem to agree on, we've all said we agree on the focus areas, the dashboards, the scorecards, we just have this, we think that somehow tying a portion of our pay to actually delivering results is going to somehow undermine that whole system, even though we use it for our city manager and our senior staff. To me, this system welcomes and embraces dissent more than what we've been doing. Because my experience in both the nonprofit sector and in education and in the private sector is that when you set goals and you have an objective measure of performance, those who dissent about what we're doing have a basis for coming back 6, 12, 18 months later and saying, I argued against the thing that we collectively did, and we didn't move the needle. Now I'd like you all to reconsider my proposal because it didn't do enough to move the needle on unsheltered homelessness. It didn't do enough to improve safety. So I actually think having that objective system of performance management with clear feedback loops is all about opening up the space for different views to be put out there and for us to actually have a clear upfront objective measure that we can use down the road to say, maybe we were all wrong and we should have gone with Councilmember Dewan on more of the PEMs because we didn't move the needle enough. But without that kind of system, it just comes down to everybody's opinion and hoping every 4 years the voters are tracking this enough to hold us accountable for results. So I will rest my case there and certainly sounds like in the minority on this vote, but I don't think this idea is a bad one. I don't think it's dead. I do, like Councilor Mulcahy, hope it comes back in a form that allows us to really increase accountability and trust in government. I think this is one mechanism for doing so. All right. I see a hand went up. Okay. Thought I was going to get the closing. All right. Councilmember Salas, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. I know how much this means to you, and I really do follow.
Don't do it for me,
I know, and I follow all the arguments, but I've been on a number of boards, and we have retreats, and I thought last night it would be nice if this whole group had a retreat, and they came up with a metric, but I have not been able, even to think of a single metric that could bring this group together, and I think it would be a great opportunity to do that, but I've been working on it.
So we can't do a retreat because of the Brown Act.
Right.
We have our retreat in public. This is our retreat. Hope everybody's having fun. But what we do, and the notion, I just want to be clear, the notion that we can't agree on the goals is actually the least persuasive to me because we're all saying that's exactly what we do. We have scorecards, we have dashboards, we have focus areas. The budget's had performance measures for 20 years. I don't know, Jennifer can tell us if it's been longer. It's been longer. Actually, we are obligated through our budget study sessions and the budget we adopt, and that, I don't know if you've looked in the binders, like we are obligated to identify coherent measures of, like we do that anyway. So we may not all agree 100%, but actually we are charged by the charter with by majority vote setting goals and aligning a budget around measurable goal. I mean, that is our approach. I don't think, anyway, we can argue more offline later, Carl, when you go back to the, being free from your sentence here. Okay. wish we could do a retreat together. Alas, the state law would prevent us to some extent from doing that. Okay, unless there's any other pressing comments, we're going to vote. Tony, let's vote on pay for performance. Yes would, I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's the substitute motion from
I'm sorry,
Kame.
yes, we should clarify. The substitute motion was to reject. So a yes vote is to reject pay for performance. Is that? Yes, okay. Let's vote.
Okay.
All right.
Motion passes 7-4 with Foley, Mulcahy, Casey, and Mahan voting against.
Thank you, Tony. All right. Let's go on to item 3.11. This is amendments to the San Jose Municipal Code. I don't believe we have a staff presentation on this, do we?
We don't have a presentation, Mayor. I just have an introduction to it.
Oh, sure.
If there's time for that.
Would you like to give an introduction? Or?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We don't have a formal PowerPoint on this, but I wanted to briefly summarize this item. In March 18th of this year, the City Council approved the Mayor's March budget message, and at that time, that included direction to my office to work with the City Manager and the departments to return to the Council this month with new ordinances or changes to existing ordinances to enable efficient and effective enforcement of behaviors frequently witnessed on city streets. This included identification of gaps in the California Vehicle Code to allow new ordinances and improved enforcement provisions addressing quality of life impacts from lived-in vehicles, exploring an amendment to the Municipal Code to allow for vehicle seizure in illegal dumping cases, to develop an ordinance that makes it illegal to possess copper wire without credible proof of ownership, requiring property owners to maintain their vacant lots, and prohibiting a practice known, colloquially at least, as vanlording. I would like to thank the city administration for their close collaboration in our effort to prepare ordinances addressing these concerns, and it involved either amending existing ordinances or adding new chapters to the San Jose Municipal Code. The 8 ordinances that are before you today are set forth in our memo, and I won't spend time reviewing them in depth, but we are here to answer questions on them. And with that, again, thanks to the city manager, her staff, the police department, the housing department, Parks and Recreation department, the transportation department, the environmental services department, the public works department, and code enforcement for their thoughtful collaboration on this project. Thanks.
Thanks, Nora. Appreciate that. All right, Tony, do we have public comment?
Yes, Betsy and Kira, come on down.
All right.
Hi, Kira Kazantzis, Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. You guys moved so quickly this morning. I think you left everybody in the dust. So I'm pleased to represent the Real Coalition here in Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. Wanted to support the memorandum by Councilmember Campos. I think it's a good idea to defer approval of the Code of Conduct and the ordinance changes until there's a detailed operational plan as outlined in her memo. I think in our view, there's been so many changes and so quickly and also this is such a fundamental shift in both our strategy and our tactics when it comes to our housing, shelter, and strategies, and our strategy to handle our encampments and the people who live in our encampments, that we, I think, need to take a pause. For example, some questions. What municipal codes are priorities for enforcement? Makes clear in the memorandum that there will be municipal code sections, and we've identified in our...
I'm sorry, your minute is up. We accidentally set it for 2 minutes.
1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Next speaker.
Hi, excuse me. My brother is homeless, disabled. He has blood clots in his lungs and in his legs. He's on parole. They wouldn't give us the option of not having parole. He offered to do more time in jail. They said no. He can't leave. I need a map that shows where we can park the RV that I bought him out of my bonus so that he has a fridge and a toilet, where it will not be towed and where he can legally dump sewage from it. This is only on 3.11, right?
Yes.
Okay, the 72-hour rule is making my life a disaster. I have to find a homeless man in a homeless encampment when there is no address. I take him to all his parole appointments because he has blood clots in his lungs and his legs. He has no money. He can't do it on his own, and he means a lot to me. My life is, I'm tethered to a never-ending ping pong ball. Where is he gonna be the next 3 days? I can't find him. Like, I need a map to where he can park legally and dump his sewage legally because he can't not poop.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, we will go to Council Member Campos first.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to set my timer for 10 minutes. Hopefully I can stick to it. I've got a lot of questions that I want to ask our city attorney, and I want to start off by being grateful to my colleagues for having this conversation, for the opportunity to comment on this important ordinance updates, so I can better understand how these ordinance changes are going to work in day-to-day situations. I want to first confirm that the mayor's budget message directed staff to revise ordinances, including the trespassing law that we're about to vote on, as part of a broader strategy to address quality of life issues. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. That's our understanding of the direction, yes.
Yes, okay. And so is that why this ordinance is being revised right now?
Yes, and also in the process of reviewing, it became apparent that the way it was written, it hadn't been addressed over time, but it was basically written as in a way that wasn't consistent with the rest of the municipal code, and so there were just some form changes also.
So I will read one of the changes for the trespass law. No person shall enter, be present, or remain upon any property owned or controlled by the city of San Jose after having been admonished not to enter, be present, or remain on such property. So to clarify, to trigger an admonishment, does there need to be a victim, harm, or even a complaint to admonish?
No, the trespassing ordinance has never required that. So, for example, it being down in the area of the creeks where we know we've got issues with the Clean Water Act, that's always been an arena where the city's had concerns about trespassing.
Correct. So what I'm hearing is that we can have an admonishment triggered where there is no victim, no harm, or even a complaint to respond to, which is criminalizing presence, not behavior. So under this ordinance, Nora, I would like to clarify, could a child retrieving a ball from a neighbor's yard be cited for trespassing under this ordinance?
I think that, are you talking about from a neighbor's yard, you would be talking about private trespass then and not trespass on public property?
I'm trying to clarify and understand what this ordinance is trying to do. Would a child retrieving a ball from their neighbor's yard be cited for trespassing under this ordinance?
I would hope not. There is a concept of trespassing on private property, but I would hope that our police department would not be citing a kid who's run into the neighbor's yard.
You hope not, but you cannot assure that this ordinance wouldn't also apply to Girl Scouts selling Thin Mints.
Do we want to ask the chief to maybe talk about the implementation of the law?
It already exists. Some of these things were fine-tuned, use
It may
a
already
non-legal
exist.
term, but
I only have a couple of more questions for Nora. I'll ask if a police officer did see a trick-or-treater or a Girl Scout entering a neighbor's yard, is it your expectation that they'd be cited under this ordinance?
I'm not sure that would qualify as trespass, but that's really a question for the chief.
Well, before the chief comes, I just want to get to my point, right? Because if this ordinance was applied equally, this ordinance could include neighbors, children selling cookies, and a trick-or-treater. So does this really have anything to do with addressing quality of life issues? Because we know that it will be enforced against some people and selectively criminalized based on who someone is, not what they did. That to me sounds like a civil rights issue. So, until we have a legal necessity, a public safety rationale, and a plan for fair enforcement, I don't know why we are voting on this. And with that, I would like to move to approve my memorandum dated on June 6th.
Okay, is there a second for the memo? Okay, I'm not hearing any seconds. Councilmember, well, the floor is still yours.
I will yield my time. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Chief, we'll see if we have other questions for
Okay.
you.
I'll stand down.
I'm going to move, okay, thank you. I'm going to go on to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. Since that question was asked, I'm going to start with some clarification there. There already is a law about trespassing on private property, right?
There is, and it was, the answer is yes, there is.
And presumably, it's not enforced by the police by looking around. It's only it's complaint-based, right? Doesn't a person have to file a lodge a complaint against somebody and call for the police if there's trespassing? Is that the current?
Typically, that's how that would work. That's the only way the police would know that someone was not invited to be on.
Right. And I know this because we've, in our district, dealt with many, whether it's unhoused people who have taken over properties that are private, and we try to deal with them, but unless we get we actually can't as a city go on and remove them from private property. We've actually had to go to property owners and say, you have to deal with this, and if you file a complaint, then we can come in and enforce. We actually can't enforce as a city. And one of our big problems has been that we can't enforce the rules so far, and I think this is clarifying, and I'm going to ask this question next. The rule requires that the property owner be on site in order to file a complaint. Is that correct? The current rule as it is requires that. Is that correct?
The chief probably ought to answer that one, but there was an effort to draft so that the police department can handle something that may be uncomfortable for a private property owner.
So, Paul Joseph, Chief of Police. So on a private property trespass, one of the elements of the crime is that the person does not have permission to be on that property. So that requires that the owner or agent of the owner tells us that. They don't necessarily have to be physically present. We could reach them by phone, some way of establishing that the person that's currently on the property has no permission to be there.
Right, okay, I understand. Now I recall the situation that we dealt with in a couple of properties, old abandoned fast food restaurant, for example, a property next to an apartment complex that was owned by somebody that lives in the North Bay and isn't in the area and didn't have eyes on the property, and we were unable, even though they were setting fires and actually almost burned down the apartment complex next door, we were unable to remove them along from that property without the property owner filing the complaint. And so we're trying to clean this up in a way that will help us be able to deal with some of these situations on private property when, you know, there are definite enforcement needs to occur. Is that what you understand the intent of this to be?
Well, I think there's a distinction here between private property trespassing and public property trespassing.
Right.
So you're describing an unfortunate situation, and that we do run into just what you're explaining with an abandoned property where it's hard to get a hold of an owner or an agent. But I think this ordinance is more targeted at public property where the city is the owner of the property and is declaring that no one is to be on the property and providing notice through posting and other means.
Okay. There's two. Do you want to comment on that?
Yep. Johnny Fan, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, so there's two different ordinances that we're updating. The trespass on city property and trespass on private property. Trespass on city property right now is a really long run-on sentence that is a paragraph long. So we're just kind of modernizing that ordinance. We're not really changing the element there. Trespass on private property, what we're doing is really three things. Right now, it's really unclear on a lot of the elements of trespass on private property. So we're creating a definition of private property. Right now, the property owner has to admonish the individual, confront them, in order for us to actually charge them for trespass on private property. What this does allow is for the property owner to speak directly to the police officer, who then can talk to the individual, hey, you're not authorized to be here, please don't come back, and if you do, we're gonna go ahead and cite you for trespass. And the last thing it does is that admonishment right now is unclear in the Muni Code. How long does that last? Can they not return within a week, a month? So we provide some clarity that is 6 months, unless you have permission sooner to return. And a lot of this is mirrored after the LA ordinance. We looked at a lot of different ordinances throughout the state and try to strike that balance between clarity and make it easy to enforce.
Great, thank you. I think these are some important cleanup on things that that are real life problems for many of us in our communities. And so I certainly appreciate that we're working on that cleanup. There's also a lot of other I think important ordinances here. I think the copper theft ordinance is really important. We know the problem copper theft has been causing to our communities, and from a safety issue to, you know, on street lights and all these other things. And we know that it's been really hard without this new ordinance to be able to find out who legitimately is carrying copper wire around the city. So I appreciate that. Also, the vacant lot maintenance ordinance, I think, is really important in order to keep our city clean, so I'm happy that we're working on that. I do want to talk a little bit about the RV ordinance ban and ask a couple of questions and clarifying, because I know there's been some consternation about some of the language in there.
For me or the city attorney, or both?
I will have a question for you. I guess I'll ask you first since you're there so you can sit down. How's that? Sure. Okay, so, you know, a few of us have been championing this idea of vanlording being an exploitative situation for people without any oversight from the city, in terms, like it would be for other types of rental housing. People taking advantage of people who don't have housing. And the intention in our case was to make the act of advertising a space that would be parked on public property for housing, or receiving payment for people who live in public, in housing, or live in this type of situation. That would be banned under this ordinance. So let me just first ask you the question, Chief. You know, there's been some questions as to the prevalence of this. My office knows that we do searches regularly and see listings on Facebook Marketplace for RVs to live in. We know it's happening across the city. Do you have some, you know, any information you want to provide about what your experiences have been as a police department?
So since there isn't currently an ordinance prohibiting it, it's not something we monitor or track. It's something that we might encounter in the field if the possessor of an RV were to tell us that those are the circumstances under which they, you know, were inhabiting that RV. It's not something that we hear frequently, but it is something that we have become aware of. And in speaking to you and your staff, I know that you are seeing those advertisements online. So it is a practice that we know is occurring.
Okay. So the intent. Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you. The intent, from my perspective, when I was pushing for this, and I know Councilmember Dewan and others have also chimed in at various times and through memos, Councilmember Mulcahy, I think, as well. Our goal was to go after the exploitative, what we're calling a vanlord, of somebody who's actually leasing it, not to turn this into any other kind of enforcement against the unhoused living in it. However, when the ordinance came to us, the first item in the ordinance specifically says the act of living in the RV on the street is, would also be illegal. And I understand from conversations with you, Johnny, and Nora, that we, that in order to make this work, there has to be some illegal action at the end of it that's in there. And there is also already an ordinance about sleeping in RVs on the streets. Can you just talk a little bit about why this element helps us in enforcing the behavior of leasing out the RVs?
Yes, so we spent a lot of time debating this and trying to figure out to strike that balance to address the concern that council has, which is to deal with the owner of the actual RV. And the ordinance does that with the two provisions you're talking about, dealing with advertising, then also with leasing out and getting monetary compensation. And then the third provision we included in there really is for two reasons, right? One is in the situation where police is out there doing active enforcement, it provides an additional tool for them to deal with the RV on the spot if there's an issue that needs to be addressed. Without that tool, they wouldn't be able to address the RV on the scene. They'll have to go back, figure out who's the owner of the RV, and then go that route, do some additional investigation. So it just gives additional tool for the police department to deal with the RV on the spot. The second part is really to draw that connection between us trying to go after the landlord and the underlying act of the individual on the street. And it makes the whole statutory scheme more enforceable that way. I mean, as a policy decision, council can remove that provision, but I will say that, yeah, it wouldn't draw that direct connection that we're trying to draw between going after the landlord based on someone else's action on the street.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm running up on my time, so I'll leave it there and come back if I have more questions that come up.
Sounds good. We can come back around to you. Let's go to Vice Mayor Foley next.
Great, thank you. These updates to the municipal code are very necessary. We need to proceed in a certain way against things that have already been mentioned by Councilmember Cohen: illegal dumpings, van lording, abandonment of vehicles, copper wire thefts. So these ordinances, it's a lot of work, but it covers all of the things that we need to in order to preserve our city, improve the quality of life for all of our residents. It provides officers with a stronger legal ground to deter intrusion, supporting residential and municipal security. It prohibits rentals of RVs. We've already, Councilmember Cohen already mentions that. Cracks down on metal theft. We've heard continuously how copper wire is being stolen throughout the city and county, frankly, and it affects so many of our businesses, the city of San Jose, VTA, so many others. I'd like to crack down a lot more on the people the recyclers who are receiving them, and I know we're working on that too, but we need to get to the source too. It offers cleaner and healthier communities, provides strengthened ordinance to address unsightly trash buildup. We have these things all over our neighborhoods and communities, so I don't need to go on and on. This really does improve our quality of life and empowers our police and our community to get the work done they need to protect their environment, whether it be public property or private property. With that, I move the staff report with the supplemental.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go to Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you so much, Nora, and thank you to your team for all the work that you've done on this. I just had a quick question regarding some of the language that was removed regarding protected actions from trespassing, such as peaceful labor picketing and other lawful labor activities, and exercise of constitutional protected rights of freedom of speech. I'm wondering, was that just cleanup that was done on page 3 of the ordinance?
Yeah, so the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, all the different state law preempts us. So, I mean, instead of listing every different provisions we have to comply with, we're going to miss some. So if you look at most trespassing ordinance, they don't list all that. I mean, definitely we have to comply with the state and federal constitution. So in the cleanup work, we just removed that. Instead of listing everything we have to comply with, I mean, we have to comply with all that.
Okay, I just was wondering about that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate that. Let's go to Councilmember Condelis next.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the concerns from Councilmember Campos on the intricacies of the implementation of some of these policies. But, you know, ultimately, I think there's these gaps in our laws that kind of hamstring our ability to address some of the issues that I hear from my residents, whether it's illegal dumping or issues around the vehicles staying too long on the street, you know, or copper wire theft. And you know, I'm not going to harp on that too long because a couple of my colleagues already made that point. But you know, 30% of all copper wire thefts in our city are happening in D8. So this disproportionality is why I think we need to take action on this, not just to show you know, my residents, but show the city that, you know, this is something we're serious about, and hopefully we can tackle this issue to lighten up our streets. But yeah, I certainly appreciate the concerns raised, and the implementation is something that we will be tracking. And but ultimately, I appreciate the effort from the administration and look forward to seeing how this rolls out. Thank you.
Appreciate that and agree. And I know that our city attorney, police chief, and all of our staff always are extremely sensitive to and thoughtful about implementation and unintended consequences and impacts of our policies. Let's go on to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the effort on these updates. Maybe the chief, I don't know. One of the things that always gets in the way is someone hasn't posted a no trespassing sign, you know, for a certain period of time. You know, we have this a lot on our trails where we've got mixed jurisdictions, and Valley Water's out there cleaning up, the trails people are out there cleaning up, but then yet in somebody's backyard, directly adjacent to the trail, nobody will go on it because they haven't posted a no trespassing sign. Can you talk about that? And Johnny, maybe whether or not you guys contemplated the no trespassing postings. If it's in there, I didn't find it, but I'll look forward to the comment.
Yeah, we actually did contemplate that issue, and what we did in the trespass on private property ordinance, which covers all property outside of city property, which would include the other governmental entity like Valley Water, is we had a provision that deals specifically both with no trespassing signs, so that's clear, but also the second part, which is you can admonish someone without the sign to say, hey, you can't be here. And if they don't leave, you have the ability to charge them for trespass.
Councilmember, could I just add one thing? And maybe this is a clarification I didn't provide adequately earlier. This ordinance will not allow the police to arbitrarily make the decision that a person is trespassing on private property. That decision still has to be made by an owner or agent of the property. This is just changing the manner and the form in which we're able to receive that notice and provide that notice to the arrestee. So in other words, I can't just decide you're on a piece of private property and in my opinion as a police officer, you can't be there. I still need somebody in charge of that property to make that determination.
Thank you. So in a shopping center that I own, we've had trespassing happening. We've called the police to help address, but because we didn't have no trespassing signs posted because they were taken down and not readily visible, there was no action taken on that trespassing. I see them huddling on a conversation. Did you hear the question? I gave an example of on a shopping center, private shopping center, trespassing clearly happening, call the police to help us with the situation. No trespassing signs, you know, are in our routine to be, you know, posted, but they were taken down. So there was no evidence of them being there. No police action because the no trespassing signs were not visible, with the owner on property asking for this to be addressed. That's a real life actual story. So I'm asking, you know, is that still the case?
I believe that occurred. That's unfortunate. I mean, I think with the owner being present and saying this person is trespassing should have been adequate. So it's hard for me to address that particular instance. But the point being that there has to be some form of the owner or agent has to provide some sort of notice to the trespasser that they're not allowed on the property, and we have to be able to establish that. And I'll let Johnny talk about that in a little more detail.
Yeah, I don't know about the specific examples you have, council member, but our ordinance take care of that specific situation. If there's a shopping center owner who contacts the police department and said, hey, we have people who are not authorized to be here, the police department has the ability to go out there and enforce the trespassing ordinance on private property, just even without signs, based on an admonishment.
Let's just check the manual and make sure they know that, because that's happened more than twice, just as a real life experience. So fundamentally, we haven't addressed anything in this new writing around whether we are required to post no trespassing or not. But you're telling me that if an owner is present, that no trespassing should be, or trespassing should be dealt with by PD if they're on site with you.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's hard for me to know. I'm not doubting you. It's hard for me to know why the arrest wasn't made. But if the owner is present saying, I don't want this person on my property, and they're refusing to leave, a trespass arrest should be made. Previous law, proposed law.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you.
Thanks, council member. Let's go to council member Ortiz. He appears to have stepped away. We'll go to council member Duan.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the vanlording, I think it's almost criminal for someone, literally, they're dumping an RV out on our street, out in front of our businesses. On top of that, they're not responsible for the biohazard. They're not responsible for any hazardous waste, and they're pandering to people who are in desperation in an unsafe, unkempt, either vehicle or even RVs. And for us not to take any action is negligent. These are, to me, it's criminality. We have to stop this, because not only they're manipulating, but also taking advantage of our unsheltered residents. And I think it's very clear when I put out my memo regarding vanlording, we can no longer accept this type of behavior out there on our city streets. And I think it's important that we take some type of action, because I'm telling you, right on Tully Road, between 7th Street to Monterey Road, 22 RVs. That's not including 22 vehicle plus parking out there. And then I can see the biohazard waste running down into our storm drain, which contaminate our bay. That's not criminal. I don't know what is. You're purposely doing it. You're purposely renting it in an unsafe condition. You should be put in jail for that. Thank you.
Councilmember, let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to thank my colleagues who already shared their comments. I want to thank staff, law enforcement, Omar, who are in the box right now. I'm dealing with a current issue in my district, and it wouldn't be that significant of a problem if it unfortunately didn't turn violent as of recently. There is a property where the property owner passed away, and individuals have kind of taken over that property and built a tower there, and there's been issues. And initially, I thought, okay, they're not bothering anyone. Okay, I'm not going to, do anything. But then, unfortunately, they assaulted a woman as she was coming out of her home. And we've already abated. I partnered with Nora, and we were able to go through, which was a long process, I think multiple months of residents reaching out to me, with concerns about it. We abated it, and then I guess like a couple weeks afterwards, the structure came back, and people are back on the property. So I wanted to ask, for situations like this, is that essentially the intention of a policy like this code of conduct, so that we can go onto these private properties, or will we still have to go through the month-long process in order to be able to abate?
Yes, council member, that would be the purpose, is to streamline our ability to establish that a person is in fact trespassing on private property without that lengthy ordeal that you had to go through.
Okay, that's good to know. And then just so I understand how, like, what the leeway is, just so I understand, like, how our officers are going to be able to enforce this policy. Okay, somebody's trespassing. Does that result in being arrested, or do they have to be committing other sorts of crimes for us to get to that point? Because I think there's a major difference between somebody who's trying to escape from the elements, and they're on a property, probably not ideal for the property owner, right? I think it's one thing to say, okay, hey, law enforcement, can you guys help me make sure I can get my property back? And then two, like, if it automatically just goes to arrest. So if you could just tell me how that would be approached by our officers.
Well, obviously, and there's always discretion on the part of the officer. I mean, our application of the law, there were some hypotheticals presented earlier, which I don't think would result in an arrest. I can't imagine resulting in an arrest. Okay. But this is just another tool to provide notice to a trespasser and ability for the law enforcement to prove that the person was not on the property. And it doesn't remove officer discretion. That doesn't mean that any time someone is present, we're mandated to make an arrest. There's always that discretion.
Okay, maybe if you could provide some examples of where the individual would get arrested.
Well, if someone refuses to leave and the property owner wishes them to leave, then that would be an example of where someone would get arrested.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Appreciate it, Chief.
Thanks, Council Member. I'm not seeing further hands. Councilor Cohen, I know you're good. Okay, great. Tony, let's vote. I see we have colleagues in the green room. We will give everybody 10 seconds to get out here and register a vote.
I hear voices. That's the main reason I'm holding.
You hear voices too, Tim?
All the time.
Sorry, my attempt to inject a little levity into a very difficult and contentious budget process.
Hey,
okay.
I dream about public comments.
That was unanimous. Thank you, Tony. Okay, thank you all. So that was the update. That was item 3.11, amendments to the San Jose Municipal Code. We are now on to item 3.12, Code of Conduct for Encampments. This is part of the update to our encampment management policy. And we will start with public comment. Tony, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Betsy, Kira, Eugene, and Acela, come on down.
All right.
And also Kat Angelou.
Hi, Kira Kazantzis, Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits and the Real Coalition again. We continue to oppose the plan to focus resources and policies on arresting unhoused people, and I'll try again here to point out that the implementation plan is still very vague. Some key questions include: how will the city avoid arbitrary or discriminatory decisions to arrest people? Will information collected by outreach workers be shared with police, and how will this affect people's willingness to engage? So just reading the tea leaves here, if council is not inclined to defer the item, we would recommend asking staff to bring back a detailed implementation plan to council. And we would please ask you to consult with people who have experienced houselessness as you develop the implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Eugene Torres with Family Supportive Housing, a member of the Real Coalition and a resident of D3. Let's be clear, we are here today to city leaders past and current, ignoring the tremendous need for affordable and fair housing, and these are now the consequences. Instead of creating a police unit that will be intentionally causing more harm to our most vulnerable, San Jose should adopt REAL's recommended Heart Services First housing and outreach strategy. The Neighborhood Quality of Life Unit of the SJPD is tasked with ordinance enforcement. What are their training requirements for interacting with unhoused individuals, including people in crisis? How will they be interfacing with city staff and nonprofit providers, and vice versa? Not only are these models more humane, they will work better for everyone involved. The current proposal lacks the clarity, safeguards, and services that are needed to invest and truly help San Jose's unhoused community. I urge the San Jose Council to reject punitive enforcement and instead expand access to fair and affordable housing, available emergency shelters with added layers of needed support that actually work for everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What is being done to address the valid reasons why homeless people are refusing the shelter that they're being offered? From what I'm hearing, vouchers that were provided over a year ago are being invalidated when the rents go up. And nobody's giving them an increase, so they're getting 3-day notices to move out. They are going back to the homeless encampments. The people who are getting housing are seeing this happen, so they're keeping their RV in the encampments, and they are also keeping the toilets and showers, whatever that you guys are giving them. Is anything being done to build trust and restore faith among the homeless after these betrayals? And if you don't want people putting their sewage in the streets, the taxpayers of San Jose are giving you a ton of money. There's always headlines, millions are going to help the homeless. Homeless people have nothing. You have all that money, give them toilets, give them trash pickup. Aho, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Cassandra, come on down.
Good afternoon, Kat Angelov, Policy Manager for the San Jose Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I'd like to express our support for the Code of Conduct updates as outlined. San Jose's homelessness crisis is both a moral and an economic challenge, especially for our small businesses. When public spaces become default shelters, safety concerns arise and foot traffic falls for those businesses. I would just say our CEO recently joined Councilmember JUN to tour the Monterey Business Corridor and shared concerns about lived-in vehicles, encampments, waste byproduct, and more that negatively impact those businesses along the corridor. And we wanted to thank you for your time, Councilmember. But really, this is a citywide issue. So we urge your support today, as we believe this Code of Conduct update balances compassion with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Isela with Sacred Heart Community Service and the Real Coalition. I support Councilmember Campos' memo to defer approval of the Code of Conduct until there's a clear, detailed operational plan. Right now, far too much is unknown, and the people most impacted are those with the least power. How will the city prevent arbitrary and discriminatory arrests? What safeguard exists to protect against bias in enforcement? If someone is referred to care or court, what outcomes can they realistically expect, especially when the system is already overstretched? What happens if the shelters, behavioral health beds, or the Mission Street recovery stations are full? Do we default to handcuffs when care isn't available? Our unhoused neighbors are human beings, people who are already carrying so much fear, loss, and instability. Criminalizing them for struggling only makes it harder to reach them without housing and healing. We need a strategy rooted in dignity, not punishment. I urge you to pause, listen, and invest in real solutions that center care, not force. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. I'm doing this on the fly, so bear with me. Cassandra Magaña, West Valley Community Services. I'm also a member of the Real Coalition. How about, instead of police enforcement, which we know breaks trust between our unhoused and our encampments, let's talk about a services only. Let's go with a services approach. It builds community, it builds trust within the encampments. If you bring up, even dressed in a uniform, it breaks the trust that they will refuse shelter if they believe that they're going to be arrested. That's just the truth. If you go out there and you see police enforcement, it's just the truth. You're going to break trust doing this. I would highly recommend that you guys delay this until we can get an operational plan. Campos put out a memo today, or a couple days ago, but let's just focus on services. Let's lead with compassion, because this is not the policy that you guys, this is not good policy. Police enforcement will not work. Thank you.
Azazel. And Jane Doe, come on down as well.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Azazel Holmquist. I'd like to speak on the code of conduct issue. There are many homeless people that suffer from head injuries, trauma. They need mental health, they need medical care, they need opportunities for education, and housing is a little more patient. Please take in consideration the conditions that they're living in and be more open to other ideas and other solutions rather than criminalizing and punishing our homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. That was Jane Doe.
Hi, Mayor Mahan. I am a resident of 1 Branham Lane housing project. I'm the one who filed a writ against the city to enforce code. There's a code violation. There's mold at the brand new project. There's no ERV systems. There are no ADA compliant benches. There's been 1 serious injury as a result. I've been reaching out to your office, and the city says that they don't have jurisdiction. If the city does not have jurisdiction over health and safety regulations, then you're putting people in unsafe, who has jurisdiction? You're putting people in unsafe housing, and there's no one to regulate that.
Thank you. Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Nora, were you looking at me? No, okay. Okay, thank you all for your comments. We'll take individual inquiries offline. Let me come back to the council and start with Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard a lot about the code of conduct yesterday at the public hearing, both those in favor of the code of conduct and those in opposing the code of conduct. San Jose is a global center of cutting-edge innovation and technology, producing billions in economic output, yet we are also home to one of the highest unsheltered homeless populations in the country. In a city known for solving some of the world's toughest challenges, it's unacceptable for thousands of our neighbors to live without access to safe, dignified shelter. I'm proud that the mayor's June budget message continues to invest substantially in housing opportunities and supportive services. San Jose continues to lead by example, tackling this crisis with both compassion and urgency. Delaying is not urgent. I support the mayor's proposed revisions to the city's Encampment Code of Conduct. We cannot expect to adequately treat mental illness, addiction, or unemployment effectively if someone is living outdoors. Stable shelter, whether through interim housing, safe parking, or safe sleeping sites, not only connects people with critical services and job training, but ultimately paves the way toward permanent housing. And let's be clear, when we invest in ending unsheltered homelessness, we are also reducing emergency responses, fire calls, police incidents, emergency room visits, which cost far more than proactive investment in shelter and services. These investments today reduce strain on our public systems and deliver better outcomes at lower long-term cost. San Jose residents have shown tremendous compassion, but they've also entrusted us with millions of their hard-earned tax dollars. They deserve to see the results. The proposed updates to our Encampment Code of Conduct strike the right balance between compassion and accountability. It signals that we are serious about reducing homelessness and restoring access to our public spaces. San Jose is a diverse, inclusive city built on values of civic responsibility and social equity. Allowing people to live in unsafe, unhealthy conditions on our streets is not consistent with those values, and frankly, it is unacceptable. As city leaders, we have a responsibility to reduce the impacts of encampments on surrounding neighborhoods. When shelter becomes available, choosing not to fill those spaces only sets us back. We must ensure that every opportunity to move people indoors is used to its fullest potential, for both their sake and for the broader San Jose community's well-being. We show who we are not just by what we say, but by the hard work we do to care for the most vulnerable among us, and we are committed to doing just that. I want to thank Eric Sullivan and the housing staff, along with Chief Paul Joseph and San Jose PD for presenting this memorandum to us today. I appreciate that this proposal combines needed enforcement with humanitarian approach. We need to continue to strike the right balance between public safety and the needs of our residents, both housed and unhoused. We must also work together with the county to ensure a comprehensive approach to homelessness. I have a couple of questions for, I guess, Chief Joseph. What actions will be, or maybe the city manager or the city attorney's office, what actions will be taken if residents refuse shelter or housing offers?
That may be an Eric question.
Or an Eric question.
Also,
okay, the three of them. I'll have
yeah.
the triumvirate here.
Basically, that alone, refusing shelter, is not a crime and would not be something that we would be enforcing in and of itself.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically what I was going to say as well, I think that we're not making the arrest for refusing to take shelter. We're making an arrest for trespassing, and the purpose of this revision in the Code of Conduct is to employ the enhanced engagement and make sure that every attempt has been made to try to get someone into shelter and make that offer. But just to be clear, the arrest is not specifically for the refusal to accept shelter.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. I think there was a lot of misinformation about that last night, that we were just going to arrest people if they refuse shelter, and your clarification today indicates that that is not the case at all with this Code of Conduct. With that, I am ready to move approval of the Code of Conduct for the encampments.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go to Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you so much. You know, I know that this has evolved since the March budget message, and you know, it's the working together and trying to figure out what it is that would work in a humane way. And the mayor has said it many times that we're not out there to arrest people. And so I think that if there's illegal activity happening, we definitely have laws in place to be able to arrest people anyway. So the goal here is not to do that. And I think that, as Vice Mayor Foley said, we are hoping to do more with the county and to do outreach and be able to come up with a plan together. I know that there's been some interest in trying to look at how this is going to be implemented, its performance, and I would like to, if it's okay with the maker of the motion, add that we direct the city manager to track the performance and implementation of the Neighborhood Quality of Life unit and the Enhanced Engagement Program, and report it to PISFIS so that, you know, we can kind of see you know, what's working and what's not.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, great, great. I think that that would make it very helpful so that we can track this, see how things are moving along, and make any kind of adjustments as we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. And to that friendly amendment, let me just ask the Chief. I think the spirit of that, if I understood correctly, is to provide an update this fiscal year within PISFIS on how implementation is going, any relevant data and insights. And I'd just personally like to ask, if it's okay with the maker of the motion, or if Chief thinks it's possible, if we could have that ideally before the March budget message next year, just so that we're getting insights in advance of our annual budget cycle. And Chief, are you comfortable with providing an update to PISFIS in the coming year?
I am, Mayor, and actually working with Director Sullivan on exactly what those metrics will be so that we give you an accurate picture.
Perfect. And the maker
Happy
of the
to
motion
include that
and
in the happy to.
Thank you. Great. Okay, appreciate the friendly amendment. Let's go on to Councilmember Ortiz next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Police Chief. Thank you, Eric. As we can continue to confront the humanitarian crisis of homelessness in our city, I want to just begin by acknowledging something that I think everyone up here agrees on. Our current system is broken. How we respond to the needs and the issues facing the unhoused residents requires deep reform. We need a comprehensive, compassionate, but also accountable approach that actually works for the people it's supposed to serve. And that said, I also want to be clear, I believe in the rule of law. Public safety and accountability must apply to everyone, regardless of housing status. No one should be allowed to harm others or break the law. That includes in our parks, streets, and encampments. If someone is committing assault, theft, or other crimes, they should be held accountable. Full stop. But where my concerns are with this policy, and what I believe many in the community and some of my colleagues are asking, is are we creating a policy that could lead to the criminalization of homelessness itself? Because if that's what this policy says, is that someone who simply declines a shelter could be susceptible to being arrested, when many reasons for denying are relevant and should be taken into consideration because of unsafe conditions in a shelter, being far from their support system, or being incompatible with their needs. We have a large LGBTQ plus population who are houseless, and some of those members of the community don't feel comfortable in some of these shelters. So we know that there are many valid reasons why unhoused people deny shelters. And so I think that, personally, in my opinion, a blanket policy that could penalize, I know that there will be discretion for officers, but that could penalize individuals for denying shelter is inhumane, and it risks being ineffective and unjust. But I do have some questions in regards, last night we heard a lot of people talk about people breaking onto their property, people getting assaulted. I know I mentioned at the last budget session someone getting assaulted in Allen Rock Village, which all is unacceptable, and all those laws should be enforced. So I just wanted to ask, is it really necessary to include arrest language in this policy to implement laws that are already on the books? What's stopping our officers from already arresting individuals? And so my concern is lumping the individuals who aren't selling drugs, who aren't attacking people, who aren't doing that, with the other individuals who are.
Well, you're right, council member. Those laws do currently exist, and in fact, they are enforced. So when a camp is abated in the city today under current law, if there are people who remain behind and aren't leaving and they are trespassing, they are subject to arrest. So I think the purpose here, as I understand it, is just to increase the amount of engagement previous to those arrests occurring, but it's really not giving us a new tool. You're right, those tools do exist, and certainly if there are other crimes being committed, as you mentioned, if someone is assaulting somebody or stealing or committing some offense other than simply trespassing, then of course those laws exist as well.
Thank you. And I know that this policy has evolved over time, and it's been kind of hard to hit the moving target, because I know that there was a lot of language about, like, quote unquote, the 3 chances and then getting arrested after that. My understanding is that's no longer in the policy. But I truly believe, I think it's clear, as you just said, Chief, whether we vote no or vote yes on this policy, that's not going to stop police from enforcing our laws. A vote on this policy isn't going to stop individuals from arresting the person who assaulted someone on the street. The real problem is, once we arrest that person, they get let go the next day, like what happened in Allen Rock Village and other situations. So in my opinion, I don't see this solving the issue that many of our residents who have come yesterday to Elevate, I don't see this solving their issues. It does solve some other things in regards to more outreach. I think that's important, but I think that by including arrest language in this policy, there could be unintended consequences. And given that these laws are already on the books, and a vote for no wouldn't stop our police from enforcing these laws, I have to say that I'm confident in my vote no. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by just sharing my sincere appreciation for the continued collaboration between both the police department and the housing department to address the safety concerns and encampments and to support connecting our unhoused neighbors with shelter or services. Now, we heard last night from residents, constituents, business owners regarding this policy as it relates to accountability and consequences. So let's discuss that. What is clear is the consequence of intervening too late. Untreated addiction, mental illness, this doesn't happen overnight. Clearly, there has been an oversimplification of a complex social problem. In speaking with those who serve unhoused individuals at encampments, I have learned that it takes time and intention to build relationships and trust to eventually persuade a person to accept shelter. And we should listen to the experts. When I took my first ride along with our police department, after 8 hours and 2 incidents that we reported out to, I asked the officer that I was riding along with what he thought could be the tie between all of the people that he reaches on incidents, whether they're victims or perpetrators of crime, whether they're asking for help from 911. And what was shared with me was that when you get to the root of these conversations with folks who are at their most vulnerable and in need of our city resources, it's childhood trauma. And I know a thing or two about childhood trauma. So most of your nervous system was wired before age 7. The brain develops 95% in the first 5 years. By the time you were a student in school, your body had already learned what to expect from the world, how to stay safe, and whether a connection feels secure or not. These weren't lessons that you chose, they were felt, repeated, and they became your body's default settings. What unsafe feels like as a child, even without trauma, is tension at home, being told to stop crying, love that feels conditional, feeling invisible, being overwhelmed and on your own, or the pressure to always be good. This isn't about how bad it was, it's about how often your body felt it. Your body adapted because it's wired for survival. When emotional stress repeats without support, your nervous system adjusts. It braces for danger, it expects disconnection, it stays in protective mode. This is called toxic stress. Chronic early stress changes how the body and the brain develop. It affects emotional regulation, memory, stress-calm balance, focus, and impulse control. You are not broken, you are wired to survive. Flight or flight starts early because when the nervous system lacks safety, it builds defenses, hypervigilance, always being alert, freezing or going numb, shutting down and emotionally checking out. These are not flaws, these are coping strategies. We learn regulation through connection. As children, we don't self-soothe, we only co-regulate. With calm caregivers, the body learns it's okay to feel. You can come back to calm. You don't have to be numb or explode. And when that's missing, we carry those consequences into adulthood. Because stress leaves a physical mark. Childhood stress can impact cortisol, our stress hormone, our immune function, and the vagal tone, which is our resilience to stress. Even how genes are expressed can shift, and these survival patterns can be passed down biologically. It all makes sense, but it's not permanent. We know what it takes to support our children, our adults, our families who are struggling on our streets and asking for help. Again, we should listen to the experts because untreated addiction, mental illness, does not happen overnight. I support the concept of enhanced engagement, which is aligned in this code of conduct as a strategy to create pathways for unhoused individuals to accept shelter. However, the council and the public must understand how everything will work together. And so I want to caution the approach that we are choosing to take, where we are placing a huge amount of burden on an individual and framing it as a choice, when the real culprit is a system that pushes people experiencing poverty into homelessness. Now, as I understand, one of the aims of this policy revolves around an alternative to jail, which is the Mission Street Recovery Station, located in District 3. A facility that is voluntary and can only hold people for 24 hours maximum does not offer housing. We are spending public safety dollars to transport people to a facility that they can walk right back out of with no housing on the other side. It's not a solution, it's a detour back to the street. I know that we are all fighting for answers to homelessness, but there is no silver bullet. Real change takes time, commitment, and steadfast dedication to our most vulnerable community members. And so, as I consider the vote before us, I cannot in good conscience ignore the fact that the people living on our streets today, that we have a responsibility to, did not choose to live this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Councilmember Campos for that very, as usual with her very thoughtful remarks. I think she's hit it on the nail on the head about what we're trying to navigate here as we move forward. First, I want to ask a couple questions and talk a little bit about my concern. My main question, I guess, is for the folks, probably for Eric, for the police chief as well. I'm trying to fully understand, there's a lot in this code of conduct. There's a lot of things that we're addressing here. And I'm trying to understand what it is that we don't have now, what tools this provides that will help us that we don't have now that we can't already take action on. Because I know that in cases where we've had difficult situations, the question about whether we act or not is more of a question of priority, a question of staff time, a question of the ability to address everything all at once, a question of being thoughtful about where people go. I have not gotten the impression that there was a question of not having enough code to allow us to address it, but perhaps there are some things in here. Do you have some answer to that?
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. So to the question of what is addressed in this policy that is not otherwise existing in current operations, I'll frame my answer in sort of three buckets. The first bucket is what this code of conduct will provide is additional resources, to the point you mentioned regarding expanded engagement in order to do engagement earlier on. The second point provides further clarity in taking the work that my good colleague John Cicerelli and his team has done around code of conduct and just kind of formalizing that in a way that allows us to further in our engagements with encampments ensure that we are, one, achieving some of the goals of managing the encampment. I know PNRS provides a lot of services to it, how the engagement team will provide and expand those services to it through the extension of the engagement through this policy. So that's that work. And then the third bucket, and I'll defer to Chief on this, is how the creation of this unit will complement us to support some of this work through the NAQUAL.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I was going to point out, so point number 3, creation of the Neighborhood Quality of Life Team is a significant change in resource allocation. And what I mean by that is The
Yeah,
city
I'm
has-
sorry, I don't want to mean to interrupt you, but I guess I fully appreciate that and understand the staffing part of this. I believe that at least there's a belief, and I think there is some truth to the fact that there's some ordinance change in this as well, or is there really no ordinance change? This is about how we enforce the codes that we already have in place with additional staffing and resources. Is that really what this is about?
Yeah, there are no ordinance changes with this policy.
Okay, so this is about dealing with the second part of the other part of my point, which is that we don't have the resources in place to always address the things we need to address in our community, and this helps us do that. Okay.
But Councilmember, I do, just to your question, because I think there may be something lost in translation there, I just want to be really clear. It's not an update to an ordinance, it's an update to the code of conduct, which is a council policy.
Right,
So as
okay.
I understand it, there are.
I guess I shouldn't have
was
said it that way.
clear to you or not? I just want to make sure.
I used the wrong term. It's not an ordinance change.
It's an update to the code of conduct.
But I'm trying to also understand what are the codes, the things happening in the code of conduct specifically that we couldn't have addressed, that weren't in the code before. I want to make sure it's enunciated and articulated. What is in there in our code that would be in our code if we pass this that isn't currently something that we would consider to be a behavior we want to address?
So the addition that we have added to the code of conduct, which is the council policy, is an expectation that upon an offering of shelter and housing, that there is acceptance. It's not a requirement. It's not enforced through police action. It is an expectation in order to improve the interactions regarding our engagement teams, in order to set what is a continuing policy for how, when we are offering shelter, when we are offering housing, there is a continuing expectation to the community that that is accepted, particularly since we are making enormous investments in the build out of housing and shelter.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just make the point that I feel like that putting that on paper doesn't necessarily really change our actions. I mean, I will again go back to the story as we opened up the Berryessa Safe Parking site and we said we're going to clear these streets as a result. There were people, and it was almost 50% at the beginning, that did not accept moving onto the safe parking site. When that happened, though, we still, as a city, required them to move. That didn't necessarily solve any problem. It just created a problem elsewhere, and that's why these proposals frustrate me. I'm certainly willing to say to people, hey, look, we want to encourage you to take these offers, especially since I do agree with the mayor and I think the rest of this council that the programs we're putting in place are well-run spaces that are very different than what people experienced in the past when they were offered shelter. Having said that, I still believe this is somewhat performative in the sense that we don't yet have enough place for everyone, and we don't have vacancies, right, in our program. So my concern, similar to Councilmember Campos, is we can encourage people to go into Mission Street. We can do that, but they're likely without good coordination with the county and other programs being stood up, they're likely not to necessarily end up somewhere different than back on the street. Do you feel differently about that?
So I will share the following context here. When we look at current utilization rates across the shelter system, as posted also on our website, that continually runs, 95% or above. Two, and we look at continuing coordination that we do with the county and lining up our various shelter systems so we can get more individuals housed and more individuals transitioning into permanent housing. This code of conduct would provide just additional opportunity for that expansion of engagement as we're building out that shelter, that we're getting more people in. And two, that as we continue to address some of our larger encampments, and this is probably where this policy may be most impactful, how are we effectively abating that encampment in a way that is humane, provides services, provides resources, and extends the opportunity also to ensure that we're protecting not only the safety of the residents who are in the encampment, but also in the surrounding community. Okay. As we know overall that the large encampments, Columbus Park, 880, we go through the list, will require a robust response both in services engagement as well as in some enforcement.
Okay, thank you. And I'm leaning towards saying I'm willing to give this a try and see if it can move the needle in some way. I will say that we are, and I think we all want to be compassionate about this problem, give people the opportunity to find the right space and right fit for them. At the same time, we have to acknowledge, and many of us on this council, I think almost all of us, but some more so than others, have significant neighborhood issues where we have to acknowledge that there's a conduct problem in some areas that we have to be able to address. We have to have a robust code of conduct to be able to address problems in our neighborhoods. What I want to caution about is over-optimism about the efficacy of these policies. We heard yesterday a lot of people come to public comment and say, we have a homeless problem, pass this policy and so it can be solved. And I'm really, really concerned that the way this has been framed is a panacea and that this is going to solve homelessness. Pass the budget, we need to solve homelessness. While I think we're making progress, and I'm really, really proud of the work we're doing in the city, and our EIH sites are going well, and I'll talk about it a little later, I think, under the Measure E item when I make comments about the success at Berryessa. But nothing we're doing today is a magic bullet on homelessness. We have to be realistic and be sure not to overpromise. We also have to make sure we understand we're about, I believe, due to federal policies, to see an influx of homelessness. So I just want to make sure that people, well, I hear that I think people expect that after we pass this policy, homelessness will disappear within months, and then in a year we'll be able to point to something that we've shown a significant improvement. I'm hoping we'll see some incremental improvement, but the reality is that the work we're doing will take years. And people need to be prepared for the fact that it will take years and that we don't send a signal that we've just done something magical. So that's the comment I'll just make. I'm concerned about the way this has been framed, but I am certainly hopeful that all these tools together will help us move the needle in some areas where we need to move the needle. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Candelas next.
No, thank you. I appreciate the dialogue around this issue, and appreciate some of the comments made and shared by some of my colleagues around this. I'm not going to repeat their messages but two things. One, obviously the hours-long public hearing we had yesterday showed that this topic is very polarizing, and there's kind of a communications issue with regards to what folks think this is going to do and what it's not going to do. And so that's important to call out. And we as a council over the last couple of years have made a conscious effort to try to build up our stream of multiple housing options, whether it's interim housing, the EIH sites, the RV parking places, as David mentioned, or as Councilmember Cohen mentioned. But it's something that we are just going to see the fruits of that in the next year. And so, ultimately, the second point that I want to make is, if we're going to focus on the most challenging, most service-resistant individuals, that the key to that and the successful outcomes of those people is going to be incumbent on our relationship with the county and our relationship to not just say it's their responsibility and they have to step up. No, it's on all of us. And so, we can only do our part. I understand that. And to Councilmember Cohen's point, this isn't an end-all be-all. This is not it. But I do want to stress the commitment and my willingness to make sure that our colleagues in the county, come to the table and see how we can both lean in on the thought that we have to collectively work on folks who are need the most service and the most attention. So I'll leave it at that because we still have plenty of other options and my voice is lagging. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate that. Offer just a few reflections and comments here as we move toward a vote. Looks like we've addressed or heard from colleagues who want to speak on this issue. Appreciate comments from colleagues. Councilor Campos's articulation of adverse childhood experiences and what the implications are, I thought was valuable and something I've studied quite a bit, having had very close family members with mental health challenges and severe addiction So I am very sensitive to and aware of that body of research and appreciate the comments, and it is something for us all to be mindful of. So this item includes, to Councilor Cohen's point, 3 work streams, just to be clear, that none of which on their own are a panacea, and even collectively are certainly not a panacea. So I do think that's an important note as well, and I agree with Councilor Cohen on that. It amends the code of conduct and adds to it, including by creating the responsibility to shelter expectation within our code of conduct. As was noted even in the March message, and I think the chief just articulated, even from the outset when I proposed this, we made very clear that it is not a crime to refuse shelter. It is a signal of a problem that then leaves us with the question of what tools do we have available. I also want to just repeat, because I think there was some commentary that I think indicated some ongoing confusion here. We are adding over 1,000 new placements this year alone on top of the roughly 1,000 we added over the last few years. These are designed with input from folks with lived experience to be low barrier. They're mostly individual private rooms with a door that locks, typically with a private in-suite bathroom. People are allowed to bring their partner, their pets, their possessions. There's no curfew, and we don't kick people out after a set number of months or even years. The goal is to get people indoors. That is far and away our goal. We don't even have a strict sobriety requirement. We have really evolved, and Councilor McComb was making this point, and we'll talk more on Measure E. This is not the days of just simply creating a massive barracks with hundreds of bunk beds and trying to force everyone into one room. So I just want to be clear, because I think there has been a lot of confusion about what this is and isn't, and just want to keep reaffirming that we have chosen to spend a lot of resources to try to build really high quality, dignified, low barrier shelter. Now, to the point of the other 2 pieces of the work stream. So first is the responsibility to shelter component within an updated code of conduct. The second is in bringing more of our outreach in-house and improving sort of measurement and reporting and case files on an individual basis. And then, of course, the third is, again, just to clear up confusion I heard from some folks last night, not new money, not taken from something else, but within the existing police department budget, a focus on kind of street-level engagement around ongoing quality of life crime that's become a number 1, number 2, top concern of our residents, as we heard from many residents last night. Those are the 3 components. And I will just share, I think, while it's imperfect, and I do think to Councilmember Condelis' point, the next and most important step here is ongoing conversations with our partners at the county. I appreciate how many meetings and conversations many of the administration members, our appointees, our city attorney, city manager, chief, and others have had with county counterparts over the last few months, and that we'll continue to have. We have got to get aligned and get more engagement from our county on the addiction crisis on our streets. Just to share the facts briefly, California is a little over 10% of the nation's population. We're over 40% of the unsheltered population. We have had 50,000 people die on our streets in the last decade. That is on the order of the Vietnam War. We know from local data and data across the state, up to half of that is from overdose and suicide, mental health and addiction-related issues. I've spent time in and spoken with policy leaders and mayors in many other states that have the same rate of homelessness per capita we have, if not higher. In New York, Massachusetts, Florida, Colorado, I have spoken with many mayors, many policy leaders where homelessness is as high or higher than it is in California, but they do not condemn people to live on the streets, and they do not allow people to live on the streets, because there is much more engagement and intervention to get people into shelter or treatment. Again, with the caveats that we're not talking about congregate shelter here in San Jose. We were really focused on individual rooms and higher quality. So I want to be clear, I don't think it's humane or compassionate to allow people to live and die on our streets when they are unable or unwilling to accept the help the city is able to offer, which is interim housing, and that is not a signal that we should move along and allow people to exercise their civil liberties to camp, but that we should instead double down and engage and intervene to save lives, to, yes, force the issue, because members of the recovery community will tell you there is no recovery without accountability. We have got to do our utmost to get people into drug court, into mental health court, into care that only our county can provide and that the city can't provide when someone is repeatedly refusing interim housing. So to me, that's the logic, that's the spirit of this. I think it's humane, I think it will be effective. It's not perfect, and it needs to be said. The vast majority of people on our streets, thankfully, will accept interim housing when offered, but as we take a place-based approach, it's really important when over the community's objections, we build new solutions to homelessness in a neighborhood, that we don't just resolve 60 or 70 or 80% of the homelessness in that neighborhood, but that we have a pathway and a solution for 100% of the people encamped in the vicinity of that site. And this is focusing on that group that so often we ignore and allow to continue to persist with severe addiction and mental illness on our streets. And yes, we can't do it alone, so I am committed, I'll end on this point, committed to continuing to meet with and work with county partners to try to find more pathways that are dignified and supportive and service-rich for those who are unwilling or unable to accept the help, the interim housing that the city has to offer. I think that's critically important, and I'm committed to continuing to have those conversations and find solutions that leverage all of our strengths. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes 9-2 with Ortiz and Campos voting no.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to come back up now to item 3.7. This is to be heard concurrently with item 3.8, though we will vote on them separately, voting on 3.7 first. So we'll go to, and I'm sorry, I don't see in my notes here. Jim, are you giving a brief presentation, or are you just you're just available? Okay. So there is really no point to being heard concurrently, though we can discuss both together, but we'll focus on item 3.7 first. Okay. So, oh, I see. They're heard concurrently from the perspective of public comment. I see. And questions. Okay. So this is for anyone who wishes to speak. Obviously, we had a 5-hour public hearing last night, but everyone's welcome to weigh in again. We're limiting public comment to 1 minute. If you'd like to speak on item 3.7 or 3.8, now is your time to submit a comment card. Tony, I'll turn it over to you, and we will take public comment on 3.7 and 3.8 now.
Acela, Eugene, Kylie, and Kat, come on down.
Hi, my name is Kylie Clark. I'm here representing the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits and the Real Coalition. Because you heard so many things from the community yesterday, I'm going to focus my comment on Measure E, the IPV pilot, and immigration funding. We support the memo from Council members Campos, Salas, and Duan to reallocate Measure E funding, placing more emphasis on prevention and family homelessness and keeping the reallocation to 2 years. Much of this budget cycle has been about saving money, and we implore you to consider how to do so not only this year, but also for future years. And prevention is the answer. It costs at least 20 to 50% less to prevent homelessness than to solve it once it happens. And a study in Santa Clara County showed that short-term rental assistance and financial aid reduces 6-month homelessness risk by 88%. We also want to reiterate our request for a community-designed interpersonal violence prevention and intervention program consistent with the reimagining public safety recommendations and Council's previous direction. And please support the immigration $1.5 million.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Jerry, come on down.
Hello again. My name is Eugene Torres with Family Supportive Housing, a member of the Real Coalition and a resident of D3. We oppose the continued manipulation of Measure E funds, which continue to ignore current hardworking families that are barely making ends meet and may be entering homeless due to federal cuts of their housing support programs and requirements to make $7,500 or $9,000 monthly in order to be approved for current San Jose housing. This sends a clear statement that only the privileged and most successful are wanted in San Jose. We oppose cuts to older adult services, request investment in a community-driven violence response pilot, oppose funding for the police to ramp up their harassment of the unhoused, demand additional immigrant services funding for the inevitable attack coming to San Jose, and plead for additional allocation of Measure E funds for prevention of homelessness and production of fair, affordable housing that our San Joseans can actually afford.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again, Isela Reyes with the Sacred Heart Community Service and the Real Coalition. There's a saying, show me your budget and I'll tell you your values. Right now, this budget is your opportunity to show our communities that your values are rooted in care, equity, and dignity. I support the memo from Campos, Salas, and JUN to relocate the Measure E funds towards prevention and family homelessness. If we say we want long-term solutions, we have to start upstream. Please invest $80,000 in community-led interpersonal violence prevention program. Council has already committed to reimagining public safety. This is a chance to honor that commitment. I also support the request from Amigos de Guadalupe for $1.5 million for immigration services. With ICE ramping up in nearby cities, we must act now to protect our immigrant neighbors before it's too late. Restore full funding for older adult health and wellness programs. Protect racial equity staffing. Support the revitalization of MOXA. These aren't just budget items, they are lifelines, and they are a reflection of the kind of city we are becoming. I urge you, don't just talk about equity, fund it. Don't just name our values, live them.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Eric, Sandy, Perry, come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Kat Angelov representing the San Jose Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, we urge your support for the budget message and the memos included. I will keep it short because we did submit a letter with several of our points and many of the things that we like in this budget. But I did want to note that this budget balances the deficit while also investing in San Jose's economic future. There's a lot of great long-term investments within this budget message. And I also wanted to note the immense difficulties in funding our housing needs at this critical juncture. Resources are needed across the spectrum, from prevention services and affordable housing to drop-in shelters. We really do believe all pieces of the puzzle are necessary, yet with limited funds, we need to prioritize expanding shelter capacity now while pursuing future funding for prevention services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Jerry May, San Jose Firefighters Local 230. I'm here to support the memo from Campos, JUN, Casey, and Mulcahy in support of 3.8. I want to say thank you guys for supporting public safety. The funding specifically to bring back Med 30 is crucial to our community, keeps all of us safe from the firefighters and the boots on the ground. I want to say thank you guys for thinking of us. It's critical. This is a position that we must invest in. It's critical for our position in the fire department. It's critical for our community, and we appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Batman and Darcy, come on down.
Good afternoon. This is Eric Wong, present the property owner of Walnut Mobile Home Park, which is located next to the city South Maintenance Yard. So you have already shared my brief handouts right now. I want to ask him what is the happening right now and what the codes apply to this type of operation. And our mobile home park has existed since 1950. It's a pretty old one. The city yard operation just kicked off in much later years. The rubbish storage and exporting business are free running for a decade inside the city yard. Multiple meetings being held, and there's no result all the way with the Department of Transportation officer John Brinton, and there is none follow-up from.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sandy Perry. I'm part of a lot of organizations, including URGE, South Bay Community Land Trust, Real Coalition. I'm here to support the memo from Campos, Salas, and Juan for more funding for homelessness prevention for all the reasons which have been stated earlier, to support the Amigos de Guadalupe call for $1.5 million for immigrant services. And I also want to say a special thank you to Council Members Campos and Ortiz for their votes on the last issue before the council. Those are the only two sensible votes that I can see on the whole council when it comes to approaching the question of homelessness. The solution to homelessness is housing, it's not punishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next
Again, if
speaker.
you could keep your response to the silent handshake, that would be, the jazz hands, that would be great. Then we can get through everybody's comments. We heard a lot of this last night, and I appreciate the information that you're bringing forward. Darcy, it's your turn.
Darcy Green, thank you, Councilmember. Darcy Green, Executive Director, Latinos Contra Cancer, Real Coalition member, and survivor of intimate partner violence. Please fulfill the commitment to invest the $80,000 toward a community-designed interpersonal violence prevention and intervention program. This is an essential next step as a result of our RIPS process. I want to say that this investment is not just a budget line, it is a promise. This is a promise that this City Council made 2 years ago to survivors of intimate partner violence who trusted you all and trusted the process. They shared their stories, they shared their trauma, they went through a community process, they went through all the meetings. We worked with the DV partners to come up with a process that would help protect our most vulnerable survivors. You made the promise, we trusted you. Please invest the $80,000 that we're asking into this program. You have the power to do it, and we're really depending on you to save lives. Now is the time to move forward, not with more studies or delays, but to trust our community with the community design process that we've came up with. Please, sorry, I'm on time. Thank you.
Next speaker, Christopher Andrade, Danny, and Ms. Rayan, come on down.
Yeah, this thing is very long. I'm here in support of the Campos memorandum. I believe we need to keep funding going to permanent supportive housing. We are going to see an increase in homelessness. We are going to see an increase in, violence towards unhoused and homeless people. I don't know if you've heard what the president has been talking about, but we need to get people into permanent supportive housing. We need to get people inside. And I also believe we need to protect our immigrant communities. I would approve the $1.5 million for immigrant protections. And let's just not mess this one up.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Dilza, Amanda, and Emily, come on down.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Danny Costa with SOS for Life. And I just want to share how the key component from what I heard earlier and now in Measure E and the funds and where they need to go is interim housing, getting people off the street into housing. And again, the key point that was talked about is the program inside of what happens in these shelters and tiny homes. If there's not something provided that's going to help people have hope to see change, then it's not going to happen. We'll have a revolving door where they'll come in as usual and leave out the back door. And what we see and hope for is funds going toward, not like the article I read on Spotlight said about programs running the shelters, but not yet providing inspiration or hope to want to get the resources needed to change their life. I believe that navigating is everything at SOS.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ms. Rain. I first want to say thank you to the leaders from Grupo de Justicia Migratoria of Amigos de Guadalupe for working in this hard campaign of trying to get funds from the city of San Jose for $1.5 million. Second, I hope you find it in your hearts to make this possible for our community. It's funny how we are working on the budget here in the city of San Jose, which gives me a lot of hope. It's a lot of things that we gotta work on, but let's think about something. In the federal level, they're working on a budget to make concentration camps for my community to go into, okay? We're getting picked up, kidnapped, and I know you guys heard about this a lot, but you guys need to keep hearing it, because as we speak right now, they're building concentration camps. They're figuring out how to build concentration camps to put my people away. So do the right thing. Hopefully you guys figure it out. 1.5 will be a good start.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Sean, come on down.
I wanted to state that since we are passing Trump-level policies regarding the homeless, all of you here know he would back these policies and strategies to deal with the homeless. Why don't we start doing that for other things? Why don't we take down the pride flags? I mean, we got to make sure that we're being equitable. And in fact, I mean, whenever someone commits a crime or denies anything that we dislike, then why don't we just start being more aggressive with them, right? Because we all know that, you know, aggressive tactics work, right? It worked really well in apartheid. It worked really well here. It worked really well throughout the entire world. So why don't we keep doing that by your logic? These attacks on homeless people are not going to help. Every single person that actually has been boots on the ground working with homeless people, that actually interacts with them, recognizes these do not work. And yet it seems like we're instead going to listen to fear-mongering by people that don't care about them and are focusing on specific anecdotes. Do not focus on anecdotes. Look at the data. Look at the facts. Think about what you are doing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amanda Flores, a D5 resident and community organizer with West Valley Community Services. I urge you guys to invest $1.5 million into immigration resources and services. Just recently, 150 people were arrested in San Francisco today, and San Jose could very well be next. Our Hispanic community is at risk. Please protect us and our children's futures. I also urge you guys to support funding for organizations such as MAXA, which provides essential resources and services to our community, including immigration support and economic development. Also, please commit $80,000 to the interpersonal violence program. Recently, we've seen an increase of people coming to our agency facing interpersonal violence, and we're struggling to provide adequate resources to meet their needs. This issue cannot be ignored. Lastly, I urge you to approve the reallocation of Measure E funds to prioritize homelessness prevention and family support as proposed by council members Camp.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Emily Ann Ramos. I am with SB at Home. Just a reminder that San Jose has more than 140,000 households with low, very low, or extremely low incomes. These folks are often an unexpected expense away from homelessness. Now, cost burden and overcrowding are the primary factors driving displacement and more of our neighbors into homelessness every day. To put that into data, 52,000 families in our community pay over half their income in housing. Nearly 10,000 households are severely overcrowded. For every one person who exits homelessness, 1.7 enter. And this is why we support the memo by Campos, Salas, and JUN to increase the percentage for homeless prevention, gender-based violence, legal services, and rental assistance from 10 to 15%. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, my name is Tilsa Gonzalez. I'm with Sacred Heart, the Real Coalition, and I'm a proud member of District 4. I am here in support of the memo by council members Campos, Salas, and JUN. I'm also here asking, now more than ever, we actually need your support and for you to put the money and the funding where it has to be at. Our communities are in panic, in fear. This administration is going against all of us that do not sign the profile. This is why I'm asking to approve the $1.5 million for immigration legal services to to support our Amigos de Guadalupe, and to also support the budget to revitalize Maxa. Now more than ever, our youth need a safe place to belong to. Thank you. Have a really good day.
Gia, come on. Gia, come on down.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gia Pham. I'm the communications coordinator with Housing Choices, and we help people with developmental disabilities find housing and also retain housing. I specifically work on the housing development side, collaborating with affordable housing developers. And what we see is that a lot of the developers have amazing projects that help the city with their housing element, but they're all scourging for funds. So I would like to request that Measure E funds be prioritized towards permanent supportive housing and permanent affordable housing with resident services. We all know that the services are essential to help the residents retain their housing, be in their communities, and thrive in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I support the request for the MOXA funding. I also support the request for the IPV funding. Those are often unhoused women. You hear too many stories out there. I support the funding for Amigos de Guadalupe. Those are often people that we work with out in the camps, people who won't talk to anybody from the city. They are now scared, they are now underground, they will not talk to people from the city, which is why all your ridiculous homelessness stuff is falling on deaf ears. They will not engage with you. I support the OT's Campos memo, and I just gotta say, that speech was the best speech that's probably ever been given in this chamber, and thank you very much. People will study that. All of you need to have that same heart. And just really, right now, for people in the camps, they will talk to us. When you go up to people they don't know, they're like, who are you? And then you say who you are, and they say, okay, I will talk to you, but I will not talk to anybody from the city. They won't talk to people from the city or the county. They are afraid, they are angry, and anything you do that makes it worse really screws these people. So please stop doing that. Have a heart, have a soul.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, coming back, so we are hearing items 3.7 and 3.8 concurrently. We will need to take a motion on them separately and vote on item 3.7, which is proposed changes to City Council Policy 1-18, Section 22. That's the Measure E allocations. That needs to come first because the rest of the budget is structured around that. And that does require 2/3. So we're gonna vote separately because it's a different threshold. That being said, folks are welcome to comment on any and all items included, but we'll save a motion on 3.8 and any motions related to the attached memos on 3.8 for the second vote that we'll take here. So let me turn to colleagues, and we'll go to Councilmember Dewan first. And again, if you do make a motion, council member, we'll need to first make the motion on 3.7 before we can vote on 3.8.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you know, we have a crisis out there, and being able to accommodate and work with the housing department to come up with plans where we can support single mom with children or LGBTQ plus, specifically in progress, is right here right in my district, District 7. So when I see there's a split between the original memo put out is 1090, and then there's discussion about 2080 split, and so Councilmember Campos and I sat down and agreed that there's no path forward unless we come to a compromise. And I think 1585 would be a perfect compromise. And so that's why we put our memorandum together, and I move to accept our memorandum on 3.7. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go now to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. So I want to start by asking Jim some questions on Measure E funding and the dollar amounts in Measure E. So the split we've been using since Measure E was put on the ballot is 10% for prevention and 90% for others, although it was for affordable housing and has been shifted in recent years. But the 10% number has not changed since the beginning. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Can you talk about the difference in amount of funding we're bringing in from Measure E and the 10% this year versus last year?
Yeah, I can. So in the 10%, so the allocation for the 10% in the current fiscal year is about 5.2 million. And I believe in the prior fiscal year, and that's based on a budget assumption of $55 million of Measure E revenue. The ongoing allocation of Measure E dollars for prevention in 24-25 in the current fiscal year is 4.75 million. So that number of ongoing allocation does go up. And even though the percentage stays the same, the total dollar amount goes up because theoretically the budget revenues are different. I would say, though, that we do have, what's in the budget totally for Measure E funding for prevention, both the prior years and the current year, is about let's see, I had that earlier, is about $7.5 million. So we've got about, it's $7.6 million. So we've got the $5.2 million of new revenues. We've got about $2.5 million of prior year revenues that is in the source and use statement for the Real Property Transfer Tax Fund. So that's the 7.6. Of that, we have about $800,000 is for the continuation of the eviction prevention staffing that was previously funded by a state grant on a one-time basis, and so we're recommending to continue that forward on an ongoing basis. So overall, we'd have $7.6 million of prevention-related Measure E funds in the 25-26 budget.
So we're actually investing a little bit higher amount in prevention this year than we invested last year. Is that
for Measure E funds, yeah.
Right, out of Measure E. So, yeah. Okay. So I just want to make sure that's clear. You know, I'm a strong believer in prevention and how well it works. The prevention funds that we do are probably the best investment we can make, and certainly the more people we can prevent coming into homelessness, that's the biggest bang for our buck. The money that's left over from last year is because we hadn't used it all because we're not. What's the reason why it wasn't all spent last year and we still have carryover?
I believe part of that is because we always do a reconciliation at the end of the year, and so all that money gets reallocated out. I think we also had part of the process was as part of the mid-year budget process, we had identified some funds that were locked up in a prior year for some housing work related to Guadalupe that was no longer needed. That project was over, and so that could be reapportioned back for other purposes. Okay, and so that's a normal part of our process. Like we start projects, we finish them. When there's savings, we reappropriate those savings to the originally intended use.
Okay. Maybe Eric, this is a question for you. Can you just to talk to me a little bit about the money that we invested last year and how effective it was? How much? I mean, was it all the dollars that was allocated last year were spent?
Eric Sloan, Housing Director. Spent, all Measure E dollars?
The prevention portion of Measure E.
Yeah, so we have, in transference to the county, we invested, as Jim had mentioned, the additional dollars above and beyond sort of the Measure E allocation. And those investments, based on the performance of the program as data provided by the county, it's shown to be effective.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea of trying to maximize our investment in prevention. So, I mean, I don't, I know these are the tough trade-offs we discuss. I think I don't need to ask another question. Thank you. I'm certainly sympathetic to the conversation. These are the tough trade-offs we have to face. The other thing is that as a council, we have invested in a huge amount of interim housing, which is just coming online, and I want to make sure what the staffing effects are and how effective our programs can be with the cuts that are recommended in order to offset the extra 5% going into prevention. Maybe this is another question for you, Eric. So there's a proposal in the memo that's on the floor right now to invest, to take out some staffing in some of the areas of outreach and some of the other things. Can you describe what that means as far as real personnel and where those cuts would happen and who would be affected by that, and also how that would affect our ability to meet our objectives with our homelessness approach going forward?
Okay, so I'll just clarify a couple of things. So what's included in the current memo does not reduce staffing. There are reductions to other encampment management services, such as porta potties and hand washing stations. So it's other services, as the staffing component within that rapid rehousing line was maintained based on that current memo. So in terms of impact to staffing, there's no impact to staffing necessarily with the proposed change in the memorandum. However, there will be an impact to porta potties and hand washing stations and those types of other encampment management services.
And those are not at our interim housing sites, but on the streets, those services?
That's correct. Those are not at interim housing sites. Those are outside of the sites. Those are work that we do on the waterways with large encampments, that type of work.
And that's the item D2 in this, I see in this memo, which says reduce the budget for outreach, sanitation, and other support services. When it says outreach, it wasn't clear to me what that means, but that's specifically sanitation and programs like that you were just mentioning. So what is the homeless rapid rehousing cut in item D1?
So, rapid rehousing within the city, it just sort of takes multiple forms, and we are needing to clarify what are the distinctions between our work around prevention and then our work around rapid rehousing. At the moment, the city funds 3 different types of rapid rehousing. One is through the hotel voucher program, another is through rental assistance payouts, a third is through the funding of affordable housing units within an affordable housing project that functions as rapid rehousing landing site. So in those 3 programs, 2 of them, the first 2 I mentioned, sort of have a bit of an overlap with the work around prevention. So part of the work that we need to do is to clarify what is the distinctions between the work around prevention versus the distinctions between our intervention point around rapid rehousing.
Okay. I mean, my goal here is to make sure that we are continuing to be successful in the new programs we stand up and making sure that we are continuing to make the progress. I'm going to just talk for a moment about what I've observed at the Barry SSA parking site. I visit there every couple weeks, talk to staff there about what's happening on site. And I had some optimistic goal that every month we'd get a couple of people moved from that site into some kind of more, more upstream housing, whether it's permanent or some other kind of housing option. So far in 3 months, they've already housed 14 of the 86 people who have gotten on that site. It's an incredible success. That means that there have already been 100 people, because as soon as someone's housed, they've actually moved other RVs on site. There have already been 86 plus 14, 100 people who have been moved off the streets and onto the site, and they're continuing to house people every month. And so I just want to, shout out the success and make sure that whatever we do today will that we'll replicate that success at Cherry, at Ceremonial, at Branham, at all the other sites that we have that it's particularly the ones that are opening, moving forward as we go out and get contracts in those sites. In addition to that, we're getting people jobs. 15 people received work just last month at that site through the Goodwill training program. And others have started working and getting and becoming more self-sufficient. So we're seeing great success. So my objective through this way we use our Measure E dollars at this point is to continue that success, to grow our capacity as we open more sites, but obviously also to make sure we have an investment in prevention that will help us keep people off the streets. And the investment in the current proposal of 10% is a little bit above the investment that we had provided last year. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, those are my comments for now. I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I agree and have some, well, I think the memo and the motion on the floor is very well intended. I have some concerns about rejecting the staff recommendation on this point for some of the budgetary impacts, but we'll continue there. Let's move on though to Councilmember Kamei next.
Thank you. I just want to say in times of what we call vacas flacas, skinny cows, right? We you know, it's tough. It's really, really tough to make those trade-offs and try to figure out, you know, for a little bit there, I have been wanting to put more money into prevention. I've asked Eric, you know, like, do we have any extra money? Can we move some money here and there and everything? And it's really sort of the situation where if you squeeze over here, it pops up somewhere else. And when I looked at trying to get the prevention dollars to 15%, I sent a message to the budget office, and Jim Shannon responded that, well, you know, if you add another 5%, then it's just, you know, it's got to come out of the general fund. So what other thing are we not going to do to be able to offset that? So, you know, here I think that we'd love to do it all. I'd like to do it all. But, you know, we have to make trade-offs in terms of how can we balance, how can we, and that's our job, right? And it's kind of a difficult job because sometimes you feel like it's sort of Solomon's choice. Which half of the baby are you going to get rid of? Well, you don't want to, right? So what are the things you can do? You know, in previous councils, we made the decision as a council, and I know some of you were not here, to invest in having at least 1,000 more units of emergency interim housing. That investment is rolling, and of course, you know, we thought it was going to happen immediately. Let's hurry up and get it done. Things take time. Another saying that my mother has, she says, dale el tiempo al tiempo. We have to give time its proper time. And I think that even though we'd like things to be faster, it's not so. Things do take time. I think we're getting into a better place. And of course, I'd love to have more dollars for homeless prevention. I will continue to ask Eric for, hey, you know, can we find money here and there? And, you know, it's going to be a challenge this year, especially with what's happening at the federal level. But I think that at this time, I think that having at least what we did last year in terms of 10%, I think we're going to have to maintain that. It's going to be very difficult to, you know, kind of take away from homeless rapid rehousing. I think that is something that we need to have those dollars to be able to put people who are on the streets someplace. And these dollars go to that. So, you know, again, balancing our competing interests and how do we, you know, squeeze dollars for the other things that people have come up to say is important. And it's all important. It really is. But I think that timing is also something that we need to consider. And continue to make progress on what we have previously invested in the 1,000 units is critically important, because giving it a little bit more time, I think we're hoping to have the put-through. This year, I'm really delighted that our housing director has been able to put together $60 million to be able to have another NOFA for permanent housing. We need to continue that as well. And so I am really hopeful that doing sort of having a multiple strategy on how we get to where we want to get to is the way we need to go. And I think that's all I wanted to share for right now.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate that and agree. Let's go to Councilmember Casey.
Thank you, Mayor. So as it stands, we've got folks that are at 15% for prevention. We've got others that are at 10%. So I guess my question would be to Eric Sullivan. As we go through the annual plan, will there be an opportunity to redirect funds to prevention down the line to the tune of roughly the 5% that some of the folks that want 15% are looking for.
As we come up with the annual plan, and Jim can correct me here accordingly, there could be opportunities there where we could redirect other funds to continue and expand investments into prevention.
So ultimately, there will be an opportunity, and I think, you know, down the line, we could find those 5%, and this could be a win-win proposition if we move forward with the 10% for prevention at the moment, which, as Councilmember Cohen pointed out, the allocation of 10% this time around is going to be more than it was last year. So we are moving and trending in the right direction. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go now to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for your thoughtful questions. I definitely agree that we should consider every proposal very thoughtfully and thoroughly, and so I want to just make sure that we're clear on what this memo is trying to do, because one of the main goals is prevention. I believe that we heard over 50 members of our community come and provide public comment between yesterday and today, asking for us to be true to the intentions of the voters when we passed Measure E. I think that this is very personal for me, and so I just want to make sure that we understand what it is that we are voting for here, because my story is not dissimilar to the story of many people living in our city. I grew up in a modest income household. When I was in high school, my grandma was diagnosed with cancer. She did not have access to health care, and so the financial burden fell on the shoulders of my parents. In 2012, my dad took up a second job, and that was the end of our family dinners. In 2019, for over a year, my dad had worked to start a small manufacturing business and fulfill his lifelong dream. And then COVID happened, and I started seeing my mom less. The all too familiar story of Silicon Valley is that you either have 2 homes or 2 jobs, and that became the story of my life. And at first, I couldn't understand why. No matter how hard my parents worked, no matter how hard they needed to work, it was never enough. And in 2020, when I voted for Measure E, I felt hope for our community. The ballot question reads as follows: to fund general City of San Jose services, including affordable housing for seniors, veterans, disabled, and low-income families, and helping homeless residents move into shelters/permanent housing. Affordable housing being the first solution in that sentence is intentional. At the root of our homelessness crisis is a severe lack of affordable housing. San Jose is simply too unaffordable for working people, young families, and adults on a limited income. And we know from Joint Ventures State of the Valley that the #1 cause of homelessness is job loss. This is why prevention is the most cost-effective form of keeping families housed. Now, we are here to discuss a budget, and we know that prevention provides a third of what it costs when people are experiencing homelessness on our streets. So if you care about fiscal responsibility, you should care about trying to drive more dollars into prevention. It not only helps stabilize families today, but it also prevents the chronic homelessness that we know is more likely to affect those who experience childhood homelessness. And I know you were all here listening when we talked about toxic stress and how that impacts a person later down the road in life. And it starts at home, because countless studies prove that safe, affordable housing is the basic foundation for a strong future, ensuring families have stability, support, and an opportunity to thrive. So I have a question for Eric Sullivan, our housing director. Recommendation D2, to reduce the budget for outreach, sanitation, and other support services. Is it true that the City of San Jose is already trying to clear creeks and waterways per the storm sewer permit requirement?
Yes, the Housing Department, in collaboration with The Beautify SJ team are clearing, thus far have cleared 16 miles of waterways of the 26 total that needs to be cleared per the Water Board.
Thank you. And so this fund that is going to continue to provide those outreach and sanitation services to a diminishing population of people is an opportunity for us to redivert those funds into preventing people from becoming homeless in the first place.
I cannot say that it's a diminishing population of people. Most of the individuals have been diverted to large encampments, which is what Columbus Park, 880, what's referred to as the jungle. Some of those larger encampments is a lot of the individuals have moved from the waterways to the large encampment. So they haven't been diminishing in total number, they've just been moved to another site.
Correct. What I'm trying to understand is that this allocation is going to a place where we are actively trying to get people out of the situation that they're living in, but in our budget we are still providing services there. So that is what I'm trying to confirm here with my colleagues, is that we are not removing or hindering the mayor's objective through the March or June budget message, because we are not touching EIH, we are not touching dollars that are going to impede the production of emergency interim housing or the operations of interim housing. This memo complements the plan to end homelessness by trying to bolster prevention as a way to prepare for the cuts that we know we can anticipate from the federal administration. We know that the federal administration has proposed a $33 billion cut to the HUD budget, including $26 billion in rental assistance programs. The Santa Clara County Housing Authority is bracing for a 10 to 20% cut in their voucher allocation of 20,000 vouchers to our communities. Therefore, we have between 2,000 to 4,000 people who are at risk of losing their vouchers. I know that we have many policy considerations on the agenda tonight, and I have yet to see another memo that works diligently to bring all of the perspectives on our council together in a way that helps us meet in the middle, even though we're not truly meeting in the middle, because as we heard from our community, meeting in the middle would mean dollars for permanent affordable housing. And all we're asking for is more dollars to prevention. And so if you look at our operating budget, by the year 2030, we are expected to fund shelter and operations for shelter at $92 million without a revenue source to draw that from. That is a huge concern, because we know that shelters do not end homelessness. Prevention helps, permanent affordable housing helps, shelter helps, and we need all of these in tandem together working to improve our city. So again, I ask you all, if we have the knowledge that prevention will not only save lives but save dollars, how can we choose to ignore this logic? Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Salas.
First of all, Councilmember Cohen, I had no idea. I knew that the Berryessa site filled up, but I had no idea that we were not only triaging but moving people through. Messaging is really important. This is the first I've heard. I wish I was paying more attention, because it's really amazing what you've accomplished. And Jim, I want to tell you that I had no idea that we're actually putting more money this year to prevention than last year. And again, some of what the reason I really believe along the lines of compost is because it's important. This 90-10 is, get down to the details, but when you talk about 90-10, everyone understands that. And going from 90-10 to 85-15, everyone understands that. When we get down to drilling down to some of the details and messaging, what Councilmember Cohen just told us, it doesn't come out so much. And my point is that it feels like if we send the message of 85-15, messages the county too, our constituents, that we really are looking at what we know we have to do besides triage is to stem the crisis. It's to stem the inflow so that we can not only, if we're doing all these 1,000 sites, hopefully more and more and more, but that we're stemming the inflow by recognizing what Councilmember Campos said. It's going to get ugly with the feds, and we've got to keep people from getting evicted. So I feel like, number one, we know that homeless prevention works, and it's cost effective. And number two, it sends a message to the county that we have to work with, that they understand. They're pretty smart, but they really understand 85-15 versus 90-10. So I really feel that I'd really like all my colleagues here to consider at least some way to message this that makes sense, and I believe the 85-15 makes sense. I also want to add that there's another part of this memo that I was a little bit hesitant to sign on to, and that was a 2-year sunsetting of this Measure E transition. But again, it sends a strong message to our constituents and to the county that we're willing to be judged by our success. And 2 years is time enough for us to be able to rethink and revote and feel like, look what we've accomplished. If we extend it forever, again, the messaging is not as solid, and we've got to work with the county in the next 2 years. So I would ask that all of you consider that.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let me go to Vice Mayor Foley next.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing a really complicated issue. Measure E is always really complicated, how we discuss the numbers, how the numbers are allocated, how they're utilized. There's a couple of concerns that I have in this memo that's on the floor right now, and I'd like to hear from you, Jim, as to the impact on our ongoing budget. If this memo were to pass versus the other memo, the staff memo, how will that affect our ongoing budget, our ongoing resources, our deficit, anything like that you could help us understand a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, Vice Mayor, excuse me. So the memo on the floor, one of the things it would do is, instead of changing the policy, which would have a permanent change, it just asks for to keep the policy as is, and just change the budget allocations to 15 and 85 for the next 2 years. So that would mean in 27-28, there would be approximately 40, if all the 5-year forecast is exactly right, which is, I'm sure it's going to change, but effectively that would be $43 million of costs coming back into the general fund in 27-28 that the council would need to address. And one of the factors that led to this recommendation was trying to align ongoing resources with ongoing expenditure obligations, which is what the thrust of this memo is trying to do. So in accordance with council policy and practice, if the ongoing funding of the homelessness support and sheltering services continues to be a priority of the council, then that's what the ongoing forecast should ideally reflect. So if this memo would pass, you'd have the $43 million or so coming back in the general fund in 27-28. It does also, if it is the 85 versus the 90, it does limit some of that capacity within that 90%. The memo certainly technically works, and it recommends taking it down some of the other allocations that aren't interim housing related. But it all depends also too on how well our Measure E revenue estimates are. And so to the extent that any of those Measure E revenue estimates fall short, or the economy changes, that puts additional pressure theoretically on the general fund to pick up whatever the shortfall is for what those interim housing costs are. The data for May does not look great. We were 31% down in May from last year's May. So this year's budget would be really tight to make the current year Measure E's. That's just an indication of how challenging it will be to sort of making sure that we're aligning our ongoing resources with our ongoing expenditure obligations.
Jim, can you just clarify, just for the council, just so everybody, what is the forecast position for 27-28 right now in the 5-year forecast? And then what would the position be if this memo was passed? Because I just want everybody to go into all their decisions with their eyes wide open.
Sure. So So the way the proposed budget is currently structured, so we fully resolve the ongoing shortfall in 25, 26. We would theoretically also reduce the second year shortfall of 53 million to about 25 million in 26, 27. If we then resolve that ongoing shortfall fully with ongoing solutions, our shortfall in 27, 28 would be 3.7 million.
And then the impact of this memo?
So then you would add $43 million or so on top of that.
So it'd be like a
3.7 million.
40 some odd million dollar deficit projected. I just want to make sure I understand.
43 million deficit for 26, 27, or
It would be in
27, 28?
So we would take the $3.7 million shortfall currently projected for 27, 28, and you add, $43 million to that. So roughly $47 million.
Okay. So in effect, it will have a negative effect on our general fund and our ability to offer the programs and services that are outlined in the mayor's June message. Is that fair to say?
Right. It would. So the March budget message of that year, if all things remain equal, would need to give direction to the administration to be able to close that shortfall through other services that should be reduced.
Which could be staff reductions, program reductions, things like that, right? We need, okay. All right, well, then I have to speak against the motion then, because the budget is in a really delicate situation, and it depended on certain allocations of Measure E in order to make it work. We have, building affordable housing, of course, is important, but building affordable housing takes a long time. I have a project in my district that we've been working on for 5 years. It's finally going to break ground this year, this month, I think. In fact, we approved some of that funding today at a council meeting. So there's the immediate need, which is the emergency housing. There's cleaning our creeks to go with the water permit. There's a lot of things that have to be done. I'm very concerned, not to mention unfunded liabilities and other drains on our budget that we're not discussing right now. But I'm very concerned about changing the allocation even by 5%, because that affects our balance, our budget being in alignment. So I have to vote against the motion that's on the table, and hopefully someone will move the underlying motion. And well, I'm not moving it yet.
Not yet, not yet.
I'm not going to do it, but yeah, thank you. That's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I see we have some folks who want to speak a second time. I'm going to just offer a few comments, and then we can get to second round of comments, or we can vote on this proposal and come back to consider other motions. First, let me say, I appreciate the intent of the memo and the desire to try to find a way to incrementally increase investment in prevention. And last year, we were able to find some incremental dollars, and to the point that Councilor Casey made earlier, it's only possible we may be in that position again, but I don't think it would be fiscally responsible of us to make that decision now for the reasons the Vice Mayor just laid out. I'd also, I guess, to break apart the two components of the memo. On the first, there's no free lunch, as they say. There's a real trade-off here with rapid rehousing, with immediate sanitation needs and encampments. I'm not real comfortable with us sort of, minimizing those impacts. In fact, we're flexibly using rapid rehousing today as a very similar form of support to get people stabilized in a motel room and help them bridge to something more permanent. I think the sanitation issues out there, as we've all acknowledged, are extremely dire. And I don't think that it's without cost to take those dollars away. I have an even bigger concern, though, with the idea that a major commitment that we've consistently voted for and continued to build out, our interim housing system, would on paper, fall off a cliff in 2 years. And that imposes costs on staff who have to now plan for alternatives, have to contingency plan, have to live under the uncertainty of saying, well, this entire system we're building out that is in the ground, that's serving people today, that's achieving throughput numbers, doesn't have a dedicated source of funding, and it's actually default not there in 2 years. I appreciate the desire to get more dollars into prevention. I think we should continue to have the conversation. To the point about compromise, I do want to make sure that residents are not mistaken here. We are putting, because the housing department has many sources of funding beyond Measure E, we're actually putting $60 million into new permanent affordable housing in this budget. That's more than 100% of Measure E. We have other sources of funding that, if they come in higher than expected in the proposed budget, could be dedicated to prevention. Also note, we're the only city in the county that does a direct allocation for prevention. No other city in the county does. We're the only one. And we make a substantial commitment. I was reading the county exec's letter yesterday that 68% I think, of prevention dollars serve San Jose. That's great. I will note, we are half of the county, and we do a significant direct allocation that indicates that we should be well over 70% of people served today. So we're going to need to continue to find resources, including philanthropic resources. But I also want to be clear that this is not a panacea either. I think we need to keep incrementally moving toward it, but I have a real problem, bless you, a real concern about us trying to send a message while actually creating budget instability, taking money away from programs that are effective, and setting up this giant cliff in 2 years that, frankly, I don't think we'll even be able to follow through on, but we'll have staff do a lot of work over the next 2 years worrying about what are we going to do if it does happen. So I won't be able to support the motion, though, again, I think we can all be committed to continuing, especially in good years when Measure E comes in higher, to incrementally put more money into prevention. So I'll leave it at that for now. While I'm inclined to vote on the motion on the table, I do see we have a few colleagues who want to do another round of comments before we vote on the motion, and then if it doesn't pass, we can come back and attempt another motion. So we'll go to Councilmember Dewan next.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with Councilmember Salas that our federal funding is going to get cut. And we see it coming. And if we don't put more funding into prevention, we're going to have a bigger problem on our hands. And I do have a few questions for Eric and Jim. So in my memo, it said that we revert to fiscal year 2024 to 2025 percentage allocation. After 2 years period, it returned back to council for review and revision to Council Policy 1-18 during development of fiscal year 2027 and 2028. So therefore, what you're saying that the general fund can be add more on more is not until we're going to revert back to 2027, 28. So that number doesn't match. Two, if you're talking about, we're talking about 10%, 90-10, we're moving the same amount of money, we're just moving 5% from here over to prevention. We didn't ask for any from general fund. And a little bit earlier, according to Councilmember Casey, asked Eric, can you find that funding? And you said yes. So my question to you is, how fast can you find that funding? Especially it takes months or years to build out or interim housing and affordable housing. Therefore, we still have that amount of time because you don't just spend all the money overnight. We have enough time to find that 5%. Can you tell me what is the timeline and how can you find that 5%?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So we could come back as part of the annual plan in October with identification of what those additional resources could possibly be. You know, as I responded to Councilmember Casey's question before, there's opportunity there to return.
And just clarify that, so that'd be the annual report. So, and that's part of the process that we do every year, is we go through and we reconcile all the prior year funds. What do we not need anymore? What can we put back on the table? And so that's that process that Eric will be going through. And so pretty optimistic that through that normal process that some more funds will become available that we could then allocate to additional prevention costs.
Yeah, and in our memo is also talking about the sanitation, where we clear out 16 miles of waterways. Now that waterway belonged to San Jose Water, right? Therefore, isn't that their responsibility to provide those? If especially when you said no re-encampment zone, meaning there's nobody there, we are going to enforce, nobody there, so therefore, majority of the unsheltered residents centralize in one area. So when you centralize one area, you can give better service and less cost. Am I correct on that?
I wouldn't necessarily associate the centralization of personnel who are cleared from the waterways at particular encampments as an opportunity for improved efficiency in service delivery, only because these are unmanaged areas that are outdoors that we do not control. All we provide through the porta potties and hand washing stations and provision of these services is an opportunity for individuals in encampments to receive these services, but we do not gain efficiencies of scale as these individuals move from the waterways into encampments, therefore highly concentrating and creating other issues.
In my district, the Coyote Creek is quite long. And prior to us abating the creek, there was no facility out there for hand washing or toiletry, if you will. And as I'm out there, I was just out there this weekend, you know, cleaning the creek with keeping Coyote Creek beautiful. There's no porta potty out there. There's no hand washing area out there. So when you're talking about this millions of dollars that costs in that particular area, at least, I don't see it. So I think it's prudent that we move that money towards prevention. And I thought about this for weeks and even months. We don't attack we don't reduce the amount of homelessness by one idea. It's multiple prongs. And so when we use multiple prongs, prevention should be the key number one. When we reactive and start building housing, we're being reactive, we're not being proactive. It will cost us in the long run. And to me, I don't just make a decision out of emotion or how many people speak. I make decision when we research the issues. We look at the numbers, we look at the facts, we look at the evidence, how we can move the needle in a more efficient, effective way and cost, reduction. So prevention is huge. It's just like, what was the old doctor say? Is it an ounce of prevention is a pound of cure, I guess, in a sense? And so, same thing with the fire service. Hey, why don't we put sprinkler system in the household? We save lives. That's prevention. But we don't wait until people die and then we put the sprinkler. We don't put the cart before the horse. And I think it's important that when we talk about a lot of this stuff, prevention should be on number one on the list. Don't be reactive, be proactive. And I encourage our council member to mark my words today. If you don't vote for it, down the line, when there's more and more of our residents become homeless, just remember, we had that discussion today. being proactive versus reactive. Thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Casey next.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Salas, I take exception to the idea that we should be signaling anything to the county. I find it distasteful that their letter that they sent out injecting themselves in this deliberation was distasteful, particularly in light of our city manager reaching out to them repeatedly and them ignoring that letter to meet and discuss these types of issues. So again, I don't find any value in even considering what the county is concerned about in this deliberation. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we disinvest from funding affordable housing, we are rapidly building a debt that we will inevitably need to pay. Mayor Mahan, I know you have this document, right? Page 93, Appendix C, our interim housing forecast. In 2029, 2030, we will have a $92 million required ongoing general fund contribution to maintain interim housing. And my question is, how do you think we can absorb this cost and protect our core city general services?
Well, I would note that that projection is prior to us rebidding contracts and achieving what should be about a 20% cost savings. I think we will continue to need to advocate to the state and to county partners to fund on-site services. Traditionally, that has been a responsibility of the county using state dollars. And I would also note that Measure E over time will go up. But yes, I have argued consistently that we should dedicate the vast majority, if not all, of Measure E to the immediate crisis on our streets by building out safe, dignified alternatives to encampments. And we do have other sources of funding, as we're doing this year, to continue to chip away at the affordable housing gap.
So hope. What I'm hearing is you hope that we will have money to build that, because you recognize, like I recognize, like I hope my colleagues recognize, that Measure E has brought in between $50–60 million per year. That is almost half of what we will need in 4 years, and I recognize that it is not always the same amount, that it is a fluctuating revenue to our city, but we have no concrete plan for how, as operations and shelter costs go up, how we will also increase the funding that we need to maintain that level of service in our city. There's no single source of revenue that is going to maintain that cost. Is that correct, Jim or Eric?
I think that the way the forecast is structured, so that would go to $92 million from the general fund, if all things being equal. If the allocation of the Measure E, for staff's recommendation, I think that would drop it by 50 million, so it'd be a $40 million or so. Most of the general fund shortfall and the forecast would theoretically be resolved in the 27-28 period, so the additional incremental shortfalls or surpluses in 27-28, it's $3.7 million shortfall, so and a $4 million surplus in 28-29, and a $1.2 million surplus in 29-30. So the hard work of sort of absorbing that ramping up of general fund contribution into the general fund is sort of happening. We're in that thick of that now. If that was fully resolved over the next few years, the additional challenges, all other things being equal in terms of the forecast, shouldn't be as difficult.
I recognize that we are in a lean budget year, that we have a lot ahead of us, and we're trying to do so much with little dollars, which again, when you are put in this predicament of having to do a lot with less, prevention just makes sense. I want to talk a little bit about the rapid rehousing program that we have that is part of this memo on the floor right now. Is it true that this memo will create no net loss of spaces, just a different way to fund the rapid rehousing program, which provides motel vouchers to people experiencing homelessness?
The rapid rehousing program currently funded by this program provides a motel voucher program through one of our supportive services partners. By redirecting the funds from that program, we would have to look at other redirection of funds to maintain the families who are currently occupying the motel vouchers units within this program. So we can have to make adjustments in order to achieve that. I will note that based on the ongoing analysis of that program, there are some programmatic challenges. So a shift was underway regardless. So we were going to be able to be in a position to reconsider how to continue the program in sort of another form. And so as this bucket of Measure E funds that voucher program, we would have to redirect those funds.
So to be clear, we are not losing this program, correct?
Given that we have existing residents in the motel program currently operating, the residents would not experience homelessness.
This memo is not displacing those residents.
The residents would not experience homelessness, that's correct.
Okay. And I just want to remind our council that we are voting on the 25-26 budget, not the 26-27 budget. We will have that opportunity next year, and believe me, I know that we want to be fiscally responsible. We want to prepare ourselves for the worst that could come, and that's exactly what I've heard from some of my colleagues on the council today, right? We know that with cuts to healthcare, to programs like Head Start, to housing vouchers, to SNAP food assistance, families who are barely hanging on to live in our city are going to be impacted by these cuts. And that is what we are trying to brace the impact for. We are trying to prepare so that we do not have to be reactive when these cuts come, but we can be responsive. We can be thoughtful right now in our approach. And again, I am incredibly thankful to my colleagues, Councilmember Salas, Councilmember Dewan, Councilmember Mulcahy, and Councilmember Casey, because even though we do not always agree on everything 100%, this demonstrates a compromise from people on all sides of the aisle looking at the same issue and wanting to come together on a way to move us forward that won't make everyone 100% happy, but it'll definitely make sure that people like myself who have to concede to what I voted for with Measure E to build the affordable housing that I depend on, that my family depends on, that my friends who had to move to Oregon, Nevada, Texas, Atlanta depend on to bring my people back home and keep my people here. This is what we're voting for. We are trying to be thoughtful with how we use Measure E dollars to fulfill our commitment to the voter base that passed this, while also making sure that the objectives laid out in the June budget message are achieved. And so I recognize that this conversation is, it's clearly something I'm passionate about. It's clearly something that our community is passionate about. Otherwise, we would not have heard from dozens or hundreds of people who came up last night to ask and plead to our council that we listen to them and that we put ourselves on a path to getting more dollars to building permanent affordable housing. Because my first question, Mayor Mahan, was how do we get back to that place, right? If we recognize that operating shelters is expensive and we still have a commitment to create an environment that produces the housing that we need to meet the demand of our community, I haven't quite heard how that does that, how we're thinking long-term, how we're thinking big picture, because I depend on that kind of thoughtfulness. And the $60 million that the city is allocating towards housing production this year is not new money. This is money that was clawed back from projects that were not able to move forward because the landscape for developing housing is too difficult right now. And Measure E is one of the very few, very limited opportunities that we have to leverage public dollars to address this public crisis. So I know, again, it is a challenging vote ahead of us, and I ask you all to consider the logic behind prevention, behind accountability, behind what our community is asking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate the sentiment and your passion for the issue. And I think one thing we all agree on is the need for, as I think Councilmember Dewan put it, a multi-pronged approach. I think we all agree we need a lot more housing supply. Some of it will need to be subsidized to be deeply affordable. We need more money for prevention. We also need, and the council has in recent years consistently prioritized addressing the immediate humanitarian crisis on our streets. I'm glad that this budget invests significant city resources in all three strategies. And I think we have to acknowledge that the need for all three and other strategies far exceeds our resources. The estimate for the need for new affordable housing in the community is on the order of well over $5 billion. The need for rental assistance, if you take the numbers around the 50,000 households for whom rent is not affordable, times even a modest subsidy of $500 a month, would yield a need of $250 million a month, or over $3 billion a year of rental assistance for prevention. The need for shelter is actually far greater than what this budget and the 5-year forecast contemplates. We will still, even after making this historic investment that I'm confident we will make today, still leave thousands of people on our streets. So the truth is, whether it's shelter, prevention, or permanent affordable housing, and we're doing all three in tandem, we are far short, sadly, of the actual need in our community, which I know is hard for all of us. So I do acknowledge that. I think we're trying to find the right mix, the right balance, given the nature of the crisis we face. So with that, I will not be able to support the motion on the floor. We particularly, well, anyway, I think I made my point on why. So why don't we vote on that? We don't have any other hands up. This requires 2/3. Otherwise, we'll come back to council and consider an alternative motion. Tony, let's vote. The motion on the floor is from, I think, was it Councilmember Campos who made the motion, or Dewan? Councilmember Dewan.
Yeah. Dewan, seconded by Campos, and it's moving their memo with Salas. Motion does not pass. The vote is 6-5, with Mahan, Kamei, Foley, Mulcahy, and Casey voting no.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to the council. We're still on the Measure E item, and I would suggest that we follow the recommendation of our city manager. Let me turn to, if we have, I'll go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation. I think we ought to also, certainly, as part of that motion, I'd like to have, staff be, I know you plan to, but bring back potential recommendation at the points of mid-year budgets and other places where we can find out if there could be additional resources we could then invest in prevention at various checkpoints throughout the year.
Second from the Vice Mayor.
And I think we would bring it back at first in the annual report, which would be released at the end of September and heard by the council in mid-October. Correct, Jim?
Great. Okay. Again, we need 2/3 to move forward here. I'll remind folks the rest of our budget is relying on, and all of the interim housing in the pipeline, on us being able to devote Measure E funds to the operations of that interim housing safe parking, safe sleeping, and the portfolio of solutions that we have as a council, both this council and in previous years, voted to move forward. Let's vote. Oh, Tony, it started with some votes on the screen. Let's re-vote that one. This is the staff rec.
That should be clean now. Motion passes 8-3 with Ortiz, Duan, and Campos voting no.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are continuing on, and again, we're hearing items 3.7 and 3.8 concurrently. We've had public comment. We are now going to continue with 3.8. Staff is still available to answer questions. We did have a few memos on this item. I'm going to start with the Vice Mayor on this item.
Thank you. First, I want to commend Mayor Mahan and his staff for once again crafting a June budget message that reflects the values and priorities of our residents. I'm grateful for your unparalleled level of collaboration. The many meetings were productive and positive, and I'd like to thank my council colleagues, Councilmember Kamei, Cohen, and Candelas, who are a member of the Mayor's Brown Act. I'm also thankful for the Mayor's collaboration on the essential services and bringing in many of the things that we requested from our council district to be funded into his budget. Additionally, in the city manager's budget, a program was to reduce or eliminate the funding for some of our senior programs, but we were able to add back in $300,000 for additional funding for the senior programs that were in jeopardy. So I'm really proud to see that. This budget focuses on the focus areas that are community depends us to look at, and that is public safety, clean, safe, and vibrant neighborhoods, ending homelessness, and leaning into economic development and opportunities. We know that we're in a difficult economic situation, and frankly, we're in a difficult federal government crisis, and that has resulted in a look at how we need to analyze our budget a little bit differently and maybe consider things that we weren't considering a month or two ago. So with that, I would like to make a motion. We have several memos here before us that were received over the last few days, and so I'm going to attempt to bring in bits and pieces of each of them. First, I'd like to move the mayor's message. Next, I'd like to include the joint memo from Councilmember Cohen, myself, and Councilmember Kamei that reallocates general funds for Alum Rock, for the Berryessa and Alviso youth centers, and pursue alternate funding for tree mitigation to remove some trees that are of wildfire concerns, and then utilize District 4 capital funds if needed. So I'd like to include that all. Regarding the Ortiz memo, already in the mayor's budget, there was $500,000 allocated for immigration services. In the Ortiz memo, Councilmember Ortiz, and thank you for your thoughtfulness on that, he had two proposals, and one was an either or. I'd like to make it an and fund $500,000 initially. That would bring the total immigration allocation to $1 million, with an additional $500,000 to be allocated in the review of the 24-25 annual report or 25-26 mid-year budget as stated in your memo. So that the result is the $1.5 million. It isn't the $1.5 million all up front. It's $1 million up front with $500 to come once all the pennies are counted and monies have come in and things are allocated. Okay, that's the Ortiz memo. With regards to the joint memo with Councilmember Dwan, Campos, Casey, and Mulcahy, I will move items 1, 2, 3, and 4, but not for A and B and not 5. The reason the Med 30 is important, but to tie additional funding into funds we have not received yet and are only guesstimating will put our budget at risk, and we cannot hold the ambulance and transport and user fees accountable yet. But this does fund the 7 months that is requested for in your budget. With regards to the last item, the number 5, it is not included because in our budget we have to look at what is being served, how it's being served, and this budget currently allows for this program, the Family Friend and Neighbor Program, to continue through 25-26. So if there's any changes to this budget in 2020 or 26-27 that occur next, we can have that discussion next year. With that, I move approval.
Second.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I think that's clear and helpful. Just one point, though, I do want to clarify was I couldn't tell from what you said. I thought so it's 500,000 now to get to 1 million in funding for legal services. And then when we return at, was it mid-year, or what point did you say?
Either.
Okay.
Mid-year or the annual.
Okay, to consider? You said to allocate. Are we considering if the funds are there, or are you committing them now?
To consider to allocate if the funds are available.
An additional 500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depending on resource availability and utilization.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to be clear about that. And sorry, was the second from Councilor Kamei? Is that what I heard? Okay. Thank you. All right. And I, of course, failed to give my opening comments on the June budget message, but I support the motion. Appreciate the Vice Mayor's clear articulation of the different memos being incorporated into her motion, and I'll be fully supportive. And I think it's a good effort to incorporate Councilmember Ortiz's memo, which I support, and Councilmember Cohen's, as well as the memo related to Med 30, without creating unintended budget impacts and risks. So I do want to just say a few thank yous. This has been a long process, as you all know. We started with getting grounded in council priority setting back in, I believe, late February, mid-February. We looked at the community survey responses and saw once again consistently that ending unsheltered homelessness far and away was the community's top priority, followed by public safety and housing affordability, followed by blight and cleanliness, and then police response times. We took that feedback from the community seriously, and working with the administration, I want to thank City Manager McGuire. We were fortunate to have a city manager with deep budget experience and expertise, Assistant City Manager Lee Wilcox, our budget director, Jim Shannon, and Bonnie Young and Claudia Chang, and the rest of the team in the city manager's budget office, who do such a tremendous job of helping us track where every dollar goes and tie it to impact and think strategically about the very difficult trade-offs we have to make, as we've been discussing here today. Your tireless efforts help set us up for success and keep us out of trouble, which we appreciate. And then I want to also thank my budget team, led by our Chief Innovation Officer here at the city, Stephen Keynes, and Smita Bhattacharjee and Keith Hertzberg on his team, as well as my Chief Budget Officer, Mackenzie Mossing, and her team, who worked very hard on the March message and the June message that is before you today. Thank you as well to my Budget Brown Act. That includes Vice Mayor Pam Foley, Councilmember Kamei, Councilmember Cohen, and Councilmember Candelas. We had a lot of conversation, a lot of deliberation and discussion. Their fingerprints are all over this June message, and as well as the March message, and have helped make this budget better, and each incorporated their own perspectives and edits. Thanks to the entire council for all of your thoughtful memos and requests. We had 80 thoughtful budget documents, budget proposals come into my office, 74 of which we were able to incorporate into this message, which is a very high percentage, especially in a year where we had a smaller essential services reserve than we usually do. Also want to thank our community. I did 14 community town halls, at least one per district, had over 1,000 people attend those, and have participated in countless other conversations at our Saturday morning cleanups and other community events, State of the City, and so forth. This is a fiscally responsible, service-sustaining, and forward-looking budget. It closes a $35.6 million projected shortfall this year, proactively reduces next year's projected deficit from $52.9 million to $25.9 million, and does so while avoiding virtually all layoffs. In fact, we have added a net 5 positions to our workforce, bringing our full-time employee count to nearly 7,000. And even in a challenging budget climate, we have much to be proud of. Public safety is improving. Over the last year, we've seen reductions in crimes against persons and property, as well as fewer traffic fatalities. Perceptions of safety, especially downtown, are improving, and our police and fire departments are more equipped than ever to serve San Jose with new technologies, training, recruitment strategies, and facilities. Homelessness, after years of a worsening crisis, appears to be heading in a better direction. We're starting to see small but measurable decreases in unsheltered homelessness and a modest but meaningful increase in shelter utilization. Our expanded interim housing network, which will operate nearly 2,000 safe placements by the end of this year, is directly moving people off of our streets into stability and graduating them to more permanent solutions. Neighborhood cleanliness and service responsiveness are improving, from graffiti removal to blight abatement to abandoned vehicle response. City performance, as measured in our dashboards, is modestly up. And with this year's budget, 311 will become faster, smarter, and more resident-centered. This budget also makes critical investments in the opportunity before us in 2026 as we become the first metro in history to host the Super Bowl and World Cup in the same year, and we've got the NCAA men's basketball tournament in between, just to add to the excitement. Thanks to the council's support for common sense policy reform, we will see approximately 2,000 new homes break ground this year, thanks to the multifamily incentive program, and we will see $60 million allocated to new affordable housing through a notice of funding availability. All of these accomplishments and this small but meaningful progress within our focus area are not accidents. They are the result of intentional focus, data-driven governance, and a united council vision around the things that matter most to our residents: safety, shelter, clean neighborhoods, jobs, and housing. This is a budget that affirms progress, protects core services, and prepares us for what's ahead. It's balanced not just in dollars, but in priorities. Let's keep the momentum going and build a safer, cleaner, and more affordable San Jose for all. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We're going to continue with council deliberation, and we will go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the Mayor's Office for including our office's budget priorities in your June budget message and recognizing them as vital community investments. And of course, Vice Mayor Pam Foley for including a portion of my memo, which I truly am grateful for. From supporting the revitalization of the Moxa Youth Center, a program I went through when I was gang impacted and made huge contributions to my life, to funding grassroots beautification efforts led by the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood Association and the Allen Rock Village Action Committee. These allocations affirm our shared commitment to uplifting the neighborhoods from the ground up. We're also deeply grateful for the investments in culturally rooted institutions like the School of Arts and Culture, as well as Catholic charities, and the bold step towards economic empowerment through investing in the Prosperity Labs program. Our city adopted a punitive approach towards enforcement of street vendors, which I understand there needs to be limits and accountability, but it means nothing if we don't also invest in the success of those businesses in enabling them to reach their economic goals. And with continued support for Latino youth in STEM programs through the Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley. These investments will have a lasting transformative impact, not just on East San Jose, but truly throughout our city. I also want to express my sincere appreciation for incorporating my budget proposal, which advocated for the additional funding and helped bring our total proposed contributions for immigration services to the initial $500,000 outlined in MBA 13, and then of course Vice Mayor Foley's additional $500 million. Geez, let's go there. Let's do it. No, $500,000 to make that $1 million. And then, of course, the tentative discussion in the future about an additional $500,000, which I know is extremely important because we're seeing our families in real time being unfortunately hunted down by the federal government. You know, this is more than a budget line, it's a recognition of the vital role our undocumented neighbors play in the vibrancy and resilience of the city of San Jose. But the moment, as I've discussed, right, this is the $1 million we got, but the moment still needs more, right? In recent weeks, we've heard directly from families in our community. Parents are too afraid to walk their kids to school. Students are quietly carrying the fear that a loved one might not come home from work. Working people are skipping out from work out of concern for their safety. And just days ago in Los Angeles, ICE conducted targeted sweeps in neighborhoods not like East San Jose, detentions that rippled through schools, churches, and entire communities, leaving fear in the wake. You know, this growing federal enforcement presence, paired with new initiatives from the Department of Homeland Security, points to a coordinated expansion of deportation infrastructure. And it's knocking on San Jose's door, because we know that in LA they're starting, but it's going to be going across the state, because there is a target on our state's back. So I just when I thank my colleagues and call on them to please accept the initial $1 million towards immigration services. And then I hope that when we do have that discussion in the future, that we add the additional $500,000. Our community cannot wait. And this is a huge feat. I think this is the most the city has ever allocated towards immigrant defense and support. And so, today's vote will have made my whole term on council worth it. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, council member. Let's go to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. With a lot of deliberation and working through the night, we come to a lot of agreements and some disagreement. Vice Mayor Foley, I swear you literally almost took out my playbook, but all said and done, we're somewhat close. But I'd like to bring Jerry May back down here so I can have a question regarding the transport budget. No, we'll get him to him, but well, we can both.
Jerry May, San Jose Firefighters Local 230.
Thank you, Jerry, for coming down. With the Local 230, and you're very involved with the transportation funding, and I would imagine you have some type of indication of how much money will our department bring in either this year and ongoing year. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. The conversation with the fire chief's office initially And looking at our comparables, other cities like Mountain View, Santa Clara, Palo Alto, who all do transports. If you compare, they do one transport resource a day, and they're generating in, the 1.5 to 2 million. So we have 3 rescue medics that transport anywhere from 2 to 10 times a day, depending on what the county's level is. So a general estimate, and I don't want to speak for the fire chief's office, but I think a conservative estimate would be around $4 million a year for the transport fee. That could potentially come back to the general fund or the fire department, depending on how that money is allocated.
Thank you so much for that answer. Can I invite the fire chief down, please? Hi, Chief.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming down. So you heard what our local 230 representative spoken. Can you elaborate in either rebuttal or agree to that, at least, projection?
So the San Jose Fire Department, as we have previously reported to council, is currently operating under unusual circumstances within our county transport system, in that the county has really, since COVID began having an impact on the number of available paramedics really statewide, has been unable to provide ambulance services regularly. And so daily we'll get noticed that there are not enough ambulances in the system, at which point we activate our ambulances for transport. Relative to estimating revenue, I would offer a great deal of caution, because if the county's ambulance provider improves their performance, our transport numbers would drop correspondingly. So I could not tell you what revenues would be prospectively, and in fact, relative to collections on rates, our estimates are at this time rough. We don't have actual experience with charging. I think as President May offered, we do have some anecdotal knowledge just based on what other agencies have experienced, but I couldn't give you a firm estimate.
Thank you for that answer. Now,
Councilmember Dewan, can I just jump in on that as well?
Sure.
With all due respect to the IFF president, we take our revenue estimating very, very seriously. And our budget director, Jim Shannon, has to certify the revenue. And so we're always going to put on the table what we feel comfortable with, that we feel like we can rely on. And if we do get more, that is fine. And we'll certainly bring that forward to you, just like we did in our last MBA when we had a revision to a revenue estimate. But we definitely don't want to be overly optimistic on revenues, and we want to make sure we can actually count on them, and we are accountable to you all, so we stay in the black with our budget. So I just want to make sure that's very clear, and we've had a long-standing fiscal policy with how we do that, and I just want to make sure you have confidence in the budget office, myself, and our fire chief, and how we are arriving at our estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Back to Fire Chief. Within the last 5 years, has the county improved on their performance? Or were there, at least from my knowledge, they've been in the red for a while with their transport, and that's why the San Jose Fire Department is supplementing their ambulance.
In terms of county's improvement, in the last amendment between the County of Santa Clara and the provider Rural Metro, a new allowance for basic life support ambulances is authorized in their agreement, and so they have improved the number of ambulances that they've been able to provide. I think concurrently we're seeing slight improvements in ambulance availability, but we're still seeing times where they're unavailable. But I would say the basic answer to has there been improvement, I would say yes.
And is that improvement is enough where San Jose Fire Department don't have to supplement?
No, currently we are still conducting transports somewhat regularly.
Right. So would it be safe to say that in other departments surrounding us, where they're supplementing just one transport and we have three, meaning we supplement 3 times as much of transport, therefore our income, what we're looking at is we're being very conservative in an estimate.
There's some complexity to that response in that the suburban community surrounding San Jose, I think at a pretty high confidence level, we know that they have a different payer mix. And right now, we do not have experience in billing in San Jose to understand what our payer mix revenue would be. And I think that speaks to what Jennifer commented on, which is a very conservative, albeit real revenue estimate that's been established so far.
Thank you very much, Fire Chief. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
At this point, I like to make a substitution to accept my memorandum. That's including my memorandum from Councilmember Campos, Casey, and Mulcahy, to include Councilmember Ortiz's memo, but at the $500,000 allocation for immigration services and emergency support for undocumented residents, but also accept the memorandum from Councilmember Cohen, Foley, and Kamei on the condition that all funding is external to the city, and or the remainder is paid from District 4 Park Fund and CNC Fund. Can I have a second?
I'm not hearing a second.
Let me repeat that. So my memorandum, I just move a substitution to accept my memorandum. That's including Councilmember Campos, Casey, and Mulcahy. Also including the recommendation for Councilmember Ortiz for additional $500,000 allocation for immigrant service and emergency support for undocumented residents. Also to include Councilmember Cohen, Foley, and Kamei on the condition that all funding is external to the city and or the remainder is paid out of District 4 Park Fund, the Park Trust Fund, or the CNC Fund.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor with a second from Councilmember Campos. We'll go now to Councilmember Cohen.
Okay, let me adjust my comments a little bit on this one. First, I'm not sure I fully understand the part related to the BYC and AYC and what exactly that external statement is referring to. Can you explain to me what it is in the motion regarding to the
so
funding
my
for
memorandum,
District 4 youth programs?
No, my memorandum, that's all, is the same, pretty much the same thing as what the Vice Mayor had proposed, except to accept the Med 30.
No, I understand the motion. I'm asking about your last item on the youth center funding and this comment about
I didn't say anything about news.
Your number 3, your number 3 said making sure that the funding for the youth centers is external or from District 4 funds.
No, I didn't say that. That is your memorandum for the funding for the trees.
Well, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So all the funding should come from external. Either you get from park funds or philanthropists, and the remainder, if you can't find enough funding, the remainder should come out of your, park funds or your CNC.
I think the language in our memo was pretty clear. Where the word external is kind of, I don't quite understand that. I mean, I suppose what you're suggesting maybe is not from the general fund. Of course, my memo does not suggest using general fund. So I just want to make sure I understand that recommendation. If you want to amend it to say not general fund.
Okay, I'll amend it to not general fund.
Okay, and that's a little bit cleaner from that element. And I assume that's okay with the seconder on that change. Okay, let me ask some questions that I was going to ask on some of these items. First of all, I want to start with comments about the immigration support funding. It's obviously incredibly clear, particularly right now, that it's important that we step up for the community and for our community members. I don't even want us to differentiate immigrants or not. Our community is our community. It's everybody's together, and I want to thank Amigos de Guadalupe and all of the folks who advocate, and those who are on the front line in fighting this. And we're partners in this, but not nearly as engaged as all of you. And I want to thank you for the advocacy, and I fully support making sure we have all the means at our disposal to help people that need it from the unconscionable attacks that are occurring. I want to ask some clarifying questions related to the youth center funding. Well, so just to be clear in the memo, my memo is about making sure that high school students still have drop-in centers available to them at the Alviso and Berryessa youth centers. In order to fund that, we are trying to find alternative ways to fund some tree removal at Allen Rock Park, which is important for fire suppression. So that's using other money for that and moving the money that's allocated for that to the youth centers. I just want to clarify, I don't know if John or Angel want to answer the question about the two parts of this. One is the youth center. This amount of funding will get us 6 months of continuing programming, and I just want to make sure that we think we have a decent plan to try to get an RFQ to help keep it going beyond that. I mean, obviously I'm nervous that the program we'll keep it for 6 months, and we're still going to have to stop it, which we can't guarantee won't happen today, but I want to know what the plan is there.
Sure, thanks for the question. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Yes, the 90,000 should bridge that gap. We're in the middle of an actual process right now, a request for qualifications, where we look for operators to work with us and work in our community centers, part of our neighborhood center program. And so we're going to look through that process as well to see if we can't entice someone into working with us. In the meantime, I know we're sort of moving money around, and so we can work on, we look for grants to do fire control and things like that already. In fact, we had a really great one that we were using in Allen Rock that the federal government just clawed back from us. Yeah. And so grants are a little difficult, but I think between your office and my staff, we can look for more money. But we probably should appropriate the money now because we want to be able to take the trees down this winter, right after the fire season. We don't want to wait another fire season to take them down. But I can work with the budget office.
So if there's a way to appropriate the money now out of my CNC funds,
I think we could
potentially backfill with a grant or whatever kind of other funding.
Yeah, I think we could. We can't use Park Trust Fund, but it wouldn't qualify as a proper expense. But we could take CNC from D4, move it over now, and then work together to come up with grants or anything else to sort of reimburse it.
Yeah, I think we can certainly do that. I think we can look at also an existing appropriation that may be available in an existing CNC fund. Would that be
I've looked at it.
Acceptable?
There's 90 there, yeah.
So
this is for 90,000.
Right, but there's an existing appropriation we can access without a budget action. We could do that. I think there is an existing appropriation in the central fund that we could potentially tap into for that work.
This was put into the mayor's March.
Yeah, it was in the mayor's message, but we'll work on it offline. I don't think we need to figure out the details today.
Well, I'm just trying to, yeah, no, for sure. I think To backfill the 94, the vegetation, I believe there's an existing appropriation within the central fund that we could tap for that work without having to do an extra budget action at this moment.
We'd have to look at, but
And
yeah.
so I think then maybe we could say we would be doing that, and if for some reason there's a shortfall in that appropriation, we can come back later to backfill that appropriation for its originally intended purpose from the District's 4 CMC funds.
Right. Okay. I appreciate the can-do attitude. I think we'll figure out a way to make it happen. So the, thank you so much, John. I just make a comment about the youth center drop-in. We get a large number of kids, up to 100 a week, coming into the Berryessa Youth Center to play basketball. The only place in Alviso to play basketball is the inside of the Alviso Youth Center. So having that remain open is important to me and to the community. We even had a high school student come and sit through last night's budget hearing and mention this particular program and trying to get us to stop making that cut. So I was very impressed by that, and certainly I'm excited that we're at least able to continue it going for some period of time. I have some questions about potentially how we're going to end up funding Med 30, but given the change in the motion, I'm going to leave that for later, and that's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Campos next.
Thank you, Mayor. I truly want to thank you and your budget team, Stefan, Keith, Smidia, for preparing the June budget message and for incorporating many of our District 2 budget document requests. These are incredibly meaningful to the neighborhoods of South San Jose, and I recognize how challenging it is to make tough trade-offs when we have limited resources. So I commend you for your diligence and your efforts to include as many budget documents as possible, as well as funding other community priorities. I also want to thank Councilmember Duan for leading our joint memo reestablishing Med 30 and preserving funding for essential programs that support families and children in our city. Thank you to Councilmembers Mulcahy and Casey for signing on to the memo as well. And I also want to thank Councilmember Ortiz for advocating for additional funding to support our vulnerable immigrant community during this incredibly turbulent time. I'm supporting the motion on the floor because it includes, from our memo, deferring the elimination of the Family Friend and Neighborhood Early Childhood Education Program. Now, the city's education policy 030, which was adopted by City Council in 2020, some of you were still around, establishes the investment of resources for programs and services intended to support the educational attainment and development of San Jose's children and youth. The academic success of San Jose's youth is a significant indicator of the future prosperity of our communities. This is the nexus for our city budget discussion with this program, because the city invests resources into programs and services that are intended to support educational attainment and development of our youth. The city's education priorities respond to the opportunity gap faced by the estimated 63% of children who enter kindergarten not fully ready to learn. Because we recognize that one of the key factors in ensuring child school readiness are literacy skills. However, only 54% of children are at reading level, disproportionately impacting students who have disabilities at 21%, Latinx communities at 27%, low-income communities at 31%, and the list goes on of the communities who we know are attaining much lower reading level by comparison to communities who have access and resources to put their children through preschool. And I think at a time when we are truly looking for opportunities to get the Children and Services Youth Master Plan, which was adopted by our City Council last year, through a strategic roadmap for policy priorities and alignment and integration of programs like this that will provide opportunities and create pathways for our youth to develop and thrive in our city. We know that our workforce is stronger when our children have a strong start. Through partnership with schools, school districts, and educational service providers throughout the region, this is an opportunity for our city to leverage our strengths as a whole community, using data to assess progress and identify gaps and realign our assets where they are needed most for the purpose of advancing educational outcomes and academic success for our San Jose youth. If we want children to thrive, we need to give them the tools to do so. And right now, we cannot ignore the fact that Head Start is on the chopping block, right? We are losing jobs. We are losing access to opportunity for our families who are in low-income wage jobs, who need a safe place for their children to go so that they can go to work that also provides nurturing, safe environments for young children to grow. And for the families who do not have access to Head Start, because there is a long waiting list where parents wait for years, the city provides an opportunity to parents who need it most. The educational benefits of preschool to children and the benefits of universal preschool programs to families are well documented. They provide holistic benefits to our community as a whole, and that is not often discussed. The value of early childhood education to a child's educational outcome and longevity, their future career opportunities, their emotional well-being, the opportunity to have stable relationships as well as earnings and wealth later on in life are well documented throughout the literature. And a growing body of research indicates that children who participate in quality early childhood education programs are speaking, learning, and thinking differently than other children. We know that these benefits do not only extend into adulthood, but they can also extend to future generations. So earlier, we had a conversation about code of conduct. We had a conversation about Measure E. Now we are talking about our operating budget, and again, we have an opportunity to think through the lens of what our children and our families are asking for. We have to be bold and stand with our most vulnerable community members right now. And children do not show up to City Hall to give public comment. They do not vote at the voting polls, much less sit on the dais here and participate in these conversations and discussions. But I guarantee you, if they had the opportunity to come and advocate for these programs themselves, they would, because these are rich, nurturing experiences that will carry them through life and put them on a pathway to success, better outcomes, and better opportunities. And I will always raise my voice for our children because somebody has to. Somebody has to stand up, champion our children, make sure that they are not forgotten in this budget, in the way we operate our city, because they depend on us. We are the adults in the room that they depend on just as much as their parents, their caregivers, and the people who look after them. We need to pass policy that doesn't ignore the fact that children in San Jose are suffering. They are suffering from youth homelessness. They are suffering from poverty. They are suffering from fear of what is happening at the federal level. And I hope that my colleagues will hear the cry for help from our community and not add additional burden to families who are already overburdened and fighting hard to stay here in San Jose. So I hope that you will support the motion on the floor, which defers the elimination of the FFN Early Childhood Education Program, a lifeline for our families, our young children, and our youth here in San Jose. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Condelis next.
I just wanted to give a thank you to my council colleagues, Jennifer and the administration, as well as Jim Shannon and the budget team for the work on this budget. And it's been a long several months, and there's a lot in the budget. But I do want to highlight a few programs that I'm glad to see reflected in the June budget message is, one of them is an upstream investment in recreation programming to keep our youth out of trouble. Youth sports is something that I, talk about all the time because it changed my life, and I know the power of team building and the benefits of having that as a city program. The second is issues or addressing traffic safety concern, especially around schools, parks, and residential areas. I was glad to see that inserted. The Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative. It's something that we're piloting in this year to see how we can bring it back on a more sustainable way, and something that I know a lot of neighbors in my community clamor for the opportunity to be able to utilize this for those troublesome neighbors that we all have every once in a while. And this is a good program that I'm excited to see funded in this year's budget. Obviously, the incorporation of Med 30 in my colleagues' memo and the thoughtfulness around how to do it is something I know I've talked about previously, and glad to see that incorporated. And finally, the actions to fund our immigration protection for families. We've seen what's happening in LA and across our nation, frankly, and I know that our immigrant community is scared, and I'm happy to be able to be supporting this intentionality by funding much needed resources to our immigrant families. So that being said, thanks again to my colleagues, and look forward to seeing what the rest of my colleagues have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Kamei next.
So this is my third budget, and I think this was the this was the hardest. Mm-hmm. And as you move along and learn all of the different nuances of the different funds, and how you have to like pull from one to go to the other, and all of that, there is a lot of complexity. There's a lot in this budget. So I want to thank the mayor for his budget message and including some of my priorities for my district in District 1. The District 1 Leadership Group Emergency Preparedness, there'll be funding so that, the next time we have that big one, we have community members who are ready on the go. Our city forest, this year I found out that we were going to get 0 trees. We just don't have the money. And I thought, well, there's a couple of areas in my limited parks. I'm the one that has the fewest number of parks in all of San Jose. And I thought, this will be great. So there was a little bit, it isn't everything that I wanted, but we certainly got some dollars for a few trees. We also were able to get some improvements to our Calabasas Parks BMX bike course. It's something that's used quite often and is in need of some repair. Our West Valley Community Services, I'm amazed at everything that gets done over there, and no matter what, you continue to go out in the community and do the good work and the good fight. So I was really pleased to be able to support you, and the mayor also included you in our in his budget message. Many of you know how important the Sakaue farmhouse relocation is to me. I didn't quite get everything. And one of the questions I had for you, Jim, is, I had asked for 50,000, I only got 25. I'm just wondering, would we be able to work offline and looking at CNC funds or moving things around that are permissible offline?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so there are, CNC funding could be eligible for some of that work, so we could entertain council direction at a later date to help fund some of that work.
Okay, because I know there's a time sensitivity on this project, and I think that would be great to be able to bring it to History Park, to be able to get things going. The last thing that was included was the Winchester Row Business Association Empowerment Grant. I really want to thank all of those in the Office of Economic Development who've been really helping, assisting, trying to get the businesses, the small businesses informed and together there, and there was some funding for that. There's a lot in this. I was absolutely thrilled to, and I want to thank the mayor's budget staff. You know, it's sort of a long process. I want to thank my staff as well. Many of our own staff, you know, are constantly putting these budget documents together, getting budget estimates. So there is quite a lot of work that gets done behind the scenes. So I want to say thank you so much. The numerous questions to all of the all of the staff, the budget office. And I got to say, Jim, I'm really impressed that the minute I send you a question, oh, there's a response. And I thought, that's terrific. So I really appreciate that. You really follow up, and I'm tremendously grateful. I also want to thank Councilmember Ortiz, who has been driving, you know, the whole issue of our immigrant community and supporting them. I'm a daughter of immigrants. I know how important this is. I too feel that this is something that we must stand together, and we will stand together. So with that, I want to say thank you so much. It's a journey. These budgets are journey. This is the hardest budget that we've had, and you know it's tough because you have to make you know, choices on competing interests. You know, I began by saying, oh, I certainly want it all. Of course, we all want it all, right? But you know, we do have some ideas of how we can grow the pie in the future, and I think that might be a possibility in terms of having greater revenue generation for the city for the future. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Council Member. We have Vice Mayor and Councilor Cohen. I'm trying to remember now, just in terms of order, if we've heard from them on this, and maybe we should quickly hear from Councilmember Mulcahy, and then we'll come back. Councilmember Mulcahy.
I'll be brief. Just wanted to extend the thanks as well. Having gone through this just once, you know, I was in the Budget Brown Act. We sound kind of like a folk singing group. It's Bien de Juan and the Four Freshmen, because I was joined by Pamela Campos, George Casey, and Carl Salas. And so we had the benefit of kind of learning this process as we go, but thanks to the Mayor's Budget Office and certainly Jim, Shannon, and all the resources that you provide, and to all of our department heads who are always at the ready to provide briefings. And I just want to thank the whole city structure for supporting, you know, us newbies. We've learned a lot, and we'll be much better prepared moving forward. Some of the things that we focused on in our budget requests, and I want to say thanks to Mayor's Budget Office for making those accommodations, but investments in and around the Guadalupe River Park and things that we heard loudly and clearly, you know, on the campaign trail around traffic safety and pedestrian safety are kind of where we focused. So thank you for allowing us to kind of invest in District 6 to increase that sense of safety. But again, just look forward to more discussion, and I am happy to see our reinvestment into immigration services. You know, we've heard loudly and clearly from our community around those issues that we are facing and will continue to face, and that we'll be better prepared to be supportive. And then also our discussion around prevention. You know, our Budget Brown Act talked in many iterations around the 85-15, 90-10 split, and you know, the prevention piece was always the common denominator for us. And so the intention about continuing to look at that as we hopefully get more efficient with our use of funds in our EIHs and so forth, that we can continue to try to invest more in prevention. So with that, we'll keep moving here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Council Member. We come back to Vice Mayor Foley.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, just to make a couple of statements. First, I have to thank the mayor's staff and also my staff for working so closely on the budget. You know, we're working on the budget in each of our council offices and working our numbers and trying to figure out how we're going to make it work. And so it truly is a collaboration amongst all of us. I am really happy to have not seen any cuts to library hours this year. We worked so hard to get Sundays a couple of years ago, so I'm really thrilled to see that. And this budget is, it doesn't have everything, but it preserves our staffing, which is really, really important that our staffing be preserved, because they're the ones who provide the services that we need to do the work in the city that our residents depend upon. The reason I did not include item A and B of the memo, joint memo, and the reason I'm voting against the substitute motion is because I'm concerned about the dependability of those funds. This projects a certain income, but we are in very uncertain economic times. We have a lot of federal grant monies that are in consideration or being held up, as they are in other places. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I am very nervous and conservative when it comes to the budget. So while it looks like, oh, this is great, we're going to make all this money from this pot, and it's new, we don't have any history with it, number one. Number two, what's the opposite? What happens if we don't meet those numbers? So Jim, can you address what might happen to our budget if we don't meet the number projected?
Yeah, if we don't meet that number that's projected, then we would automatically be in a shortfall for that. I mean, if we don't even meet the numbers that are projected, so we have a $1.7 million estimate currently. So the substitute motion would require that plus the additional amount. Like you said, we don't really have experience with that revenue amount, so we would have an immediate shortfall for that revenue wouldn't come through.
Okay, so that really concerns me. Again, we don't know if we're heading into a recession, very possibly. Tariffs are going to impact us. Our businesses are suffering. Our families are suffering. So to use this big pot of money to set it aside and say we're going to use it and it's dependable, it truly, in my mind, isn't. So I have to vote no on this substitute motion, and I hope we then can vote on the underlying motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilor Cohen, did you? Okay. Yeah, I will add, as we move to a vote here, I'll be voting against the substitute motion. Appreciate the intent. I think the original motion made by the Vice Mayor is the right compromise here. I think the group memo, I can support Recs 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I think 4A and B are fiscally not responsible moves, and we do have a lot of money in this budget focused on our youth in many different ways through city services, libraries, community centers, and parks. But I do not believe we should continue to draw down a future deficit, or any of our reserves at this moment. I think that is fiscally a huge mistake. We have already chipped away at it significantly. And so I won't be able to support the substitute motion, but look forward to voting on the underlying motion. Just before we vote here, Councilor Dewan, would you just clarify, your motion does not include your single signature memo, is that correct? Negative. Okay, it does not, right?
No, it does include my single signature memo.
Okay, well that for me is another reason not to vote for it, because it further reduces funding for immigration legal services.
Well, let me.
Yeah, Mayor, can I make a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor before we take a vote?
Sure.
I cannot exactly articulate what Vice Mayor Foley said, but I want to try to bring that into this motion. So you had suggested the
500. I can go ahead and repeat it. It was 500,000 now, and then a consideration of an additional 500,000 at the mid-year if our at the annual report, if our fiscal situation allows it.
So,
So
Councilmember Dewan,
was that your intention, Councilmember Dewan?
would that be okay?
Absolutely, I accept your friendly amendment if you want to put that $500,000 for consideration. If,
Okay,
you know,
just
the
want to
budget
make
allows.
clear, okay. So the single signature memo was not included?
Right, but now
Okay.
we're amended with,
Okay, all right. I still, for the reasons before, I can't support 4A, 4B, and 5, as the vice mayor also articulated. I think they're not fiscally responsible, but I did just want to make sure we weren't confused on the immigration funding piece. All right, Tony, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Motion fails 5-6 with Mahan, Kamei, Candelas, Foley, and Salas voting no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to thank my colleagues who voted against. I think that would have been a mistake. Let's come back to the underlying motion. And Councilmember Cohen, did you have comments, or shall we vote?
No, I have comments, and I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question about Med 30. I appreciate the intent here. Let me just understand, the intent would fund beginning of fiscal year, the program, but only guarantee that it gets funded for 7 months. Is that the correct interpretation, you think, Jim?
I can't remember.
Correct.
And so I guess I want to understand what we expect would happen after the 7 months. We don't have a provision in this motion to figure out how to potentially sustain it. We'd be restarting the program that had been stopped, restaffing it up, and we don't have a plan in this budget to continue it past that point. So I guess I want to understand, like, we at least have to, I feel we have to at least have a plan today for how we would look for the funding to continue it, or if we're thinking that it's something that we would fund in 26, 27, start the program, bring back the funding and start it in December so that the 7 months gets us to the end of the year, so we have until next fiscal year to continue it. But starting it now and having it potentially have a gap, to me, seems risky.
Yeah, I think that it is a little bit risky because, it takes a lot to restart up programs, so your point's very well taken. Where I guess I'd be concerned about is you're facing a $26 million deficit the following year, and restarting a program ongoing out of context of what other cuts may need to be made that makes this the top priority of the entire budget and guarantees of funding. So normally we like to bring everything together, because does this mean more layoffs? Does this mean a cut to parks maintenance? Does that mean something or cut to libraries? Because it's going to, the next round of cuts, and I really hope our revenues get better, not worse, and we do have a lot of pressures with the federal government and other things, but being what we know today, which is, and it is a way off, if people thought this budget was difficult, it's only going to get that much more difficult.
I totally understand that, but that's why I'm asking the question, I guess. I mean,
yes.
I'm supportive of the idea of revitalizing the program. I just, to go through all the work to revitalize it,
yeah.
If we don't have even a thought of a plan, like, is the plan that we would look at the revenues in the second half of the year from the fees, emergency fees, and then potentially be able to use them? If so, we won't know enough by the January to make that decision. That's why I'm suggesting if we start a little later, we might know enough about those fees to be able to make a decision on whether to invest them on this.
And I would want you to see the 5-year forecast, which is released at the end of February, too, so there's more context to what kind of budget decisions you'll be facing in the upcoming fiscal year, would be my recommendation to you.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to go it alone on this, except I feel like the better, safer thing is to say, let's start the program so that it's active in the second half of the year, then have time to be able to evaluate whether or not there's a way to keep it going, as opposed to starting it now without any ability to know whether it's even possible to keep it going, and then that means a 7-month program that goes away after 7 months. So,
Is that a friendly amendment?
I mean, I guess
more
I would ask for a
discussion?
friendly amendment. I want to know what
well, I guess I got a question on your line, Councilmember Cohen, is, I'd like to hear from the chief, you brought up a point about restarting a program, but how soon can we start up the program? And if it makes sense to delay it a quarter, maybe that's something to give us a little bit more leeway. But I don't think any of us here are poised to answer that question. And so, sorry to make you walk down here, Fire Chief. You should sit like right in the front by Eric. Sorry, I sound like Batman.
Council member, I joined the wellness challenge this year, so every step actually counts.
Okay, so to the question, Chief, I guess, how much time, or would it be appropriate to have like an extra quarter? What do you think the soonest, or what makes sense with regards to administratively implementing and restarting this program, identifying, our potential captains, et cetera, to stand this up?
I think the simplest answer to the question is because we have staff who have experience in the program, startup is not difficult. The challenge would be is that I would not fill positions. It would have to be overtime, mandated overtime to make it work, because if there's uncertainty in terms of the time that the positions are actually funded, we couldn't fill more captains' positions, I guess is what I would say.
Got it. Well, and another point is, delaying the implementation, let's say a quarter, gives us a little bit more time based on the 7 month timeline to start seeing the effects of whether the ambulatory fee is something that we can consider in next year's fiscal budget, and somehow finding a way to make it work. But anyways, I just, hopefully, Councilmember Cohen, hopefully that helps maybe clarify. And
look, I'm not gonna. I wanted to raise the concern. I wasn't necessarily making a recommendation, but I'm raising the concern that this could end up just being a short-term thing that has a lot of effort and then goes away. So I just wanted to make sure it was.
May I recommend then, if just as another suggestion, is that you delay it on the front end so you can get through the entire fiscal year. So you have 7 months, so you delay it, because it's 7 months of training, you delay it 5 months of starting, and then you have it through June, and you can determine if it's going to be ongoing as part of the next year's budget process. And in full context of all the budget, that's just another suggestion if that's something of interest. But it's up to the council, it's a policy call.
Okay.
Thanks for that suggestion. We're still with Councilor Cohen, so
I'll make that friendly amendment request then, just which makes more sense to me than the current, starting at the beginning of the year.
So we start the Med 30 program in month, whatever it is, to back into 7 months, huh?
Yeah.
November? Who can do the math real quick?
Well, it would be 5 months in. Right?
Okay.
The sixth,
so that's
the
fine.
sixth
I'm
month.
fine with that. And then we can analyze it in next budget cycle. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So early December.
Yeah.
I have another completely different line of questioning. I don't know if Lori or Jeff are here. Oh, there you are, Jeff. Okay. So Climate Smart is moving out of ESD and into clean energy. And there have been concerns about, what funding gets lost in the transition, what potential service gets lost in transition. Under clean energy, there are programs that potentially don't meet the nexus and can't be funded. And I'm curious, do we have an idea of what gets left out in the transition from ESD to SGCE, or if anything, in terms of what kinds of programs they can do and what kinds of grants they can provide to NGOs and other things as they do now?
Thank you for the question. Jeff Provenzano, Director, Environmental Services Department. I can try to answer most of it, and may have to defer to Lori Mitchell, Director of Energy, to follow up on it. All the funding and the positions are going over. We did have many programs that we're going to stand up with federal funding, which obviously is not coming through. So we are kind of in a transition phase now, and as it's gone over to the Energy Department, we've kind of changed our programs a little bit more to focus on electrification to fit in with the Energy Department and their programs and their goals. So we are, we're in a little bit of a structuring phase right now, some unknowns based on the funding in front of us. And so we'll be back in the fall, I believe it's October, to the Transportation and Environment Committee with an update on the program and where we're going and what it looks like for the rest of the year.
Okay, so I guess hopefully in that update we'll get an idea of whether there's any things that have been done before that can't be under the new structure. Clearly the federal funding's an issue. I certainly am appreciative of the fact that given this budget approves the clean energy program's roadmap that we voted on a couple months ago, there is actually a lot more investment in electrification and climate smart than there was before, but it may be different, and I'm curious as to what programs may not be happening anymore going forward. But
that's correct. And, and I should have added too, we are engaging some nonprofits. No names right now. We are engaging on potential opportunities to invest in low-income neighborhoods, different programs, and we're working closely with the Energy Department, with Scott Green, on potential endowments. So we are out pursuing other revenue sources and other programs that those could support. So more to come.
And there's nothing limiting necessarily our engagement with those nonprofits based on this transition of where the people are housed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Foley, would you consider a friendly amendment to include recommendation 5 from the joint memo with Councilmember JUN, Casey, Mulcahy, and myself?
I'm sorry, I won't. And that's because, as I articulated when I made my initial motion, this program doesn't expire until 26-27. So at that time, over the next budget cycle next year, we can take a look at whether it's feasible to maintain the program at that time. But at this time, it's only serving 123 kids. It costs $375,000. Former school board members, so children's programs are hugely important to me, but this program is a small program that might be better utilized elsewhere. There might be other nonprofits who can help. That it's not that the 123 aren't important, they are, but over an overall budget, I think to myself, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And so I have to look at it from that point of view. I can't accept that for that reason.
I hear you.
And it doesn't expire till 26-27.
While that may be the case, I think our friends at the library would greatly appreciate being able to hold on to the team that helps provide early literacy programming to our students. More books in hands is what I've heard. That is the goal, but I hear where you're coming from. So I do have a question to Jim Shannon. And I'm sorry if you don't have this number off the top of your head, but could you help me understand how much we're spending on AI in our city through AI business accelerator programs or grants to AI businesses or tax breaks to AI businesses?
I don't, you're right, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I think we have a few specific budget allocations from the prior year that is probably less, I don't really want to guess, but I mean, a sort of very small dedicated amount. I think there's other work that staff is engaged in that was, but I don't know how to quantify that. I don't have that number immediately available for you.
So one day scrolling the internet, I found an ad saying that the city of San Jose is providing grants to AI businesses to the tune of $30,000 to $40,000. Does that sound right?
Yes, last year we, as part of our effort to bring an accelerator and support startup creation in downtown to build our tax base to fund city services. In the long run, I think we allocated one time, I think it was $150,000 to startup incentives. That is not in this budget, though. That was a one-time allocation last year.
And so what current allocations do we have for AI in this budget that we are voting on today?
I'm aware of $10,000 off the cuff, I believe.
Okay. Well, if we were able to fund an AI business accelerator program last year, our city is able to find dollars to fund AI, which takes more jobs than it creates. But right now, we cannot seem to find the funds to fund an early childhood education program where there is a demonstrated link to workforce development. I just need to make that statement clear because as we take a vote on this budget, it's a demonstration of our values. And I really want our community to be aware that we should be doing more for our children. And that is all I have to share. So thank you for hearing me out.
Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, Fire Chief, this is your wellness program day. I'm willing to walk up and down with you after this 10 times. Thank you for coming down. My understanding that the San Jose Fire Department have contracted a billing company for transport, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is that can be billed back 1 year. You can bill the services back 1 year.
I don't know that I would agree with that statement because we have given no notice to anyone that we would be billing to this point. And I think that can be, if we had a billing program in place that had been implemented and we were making patients aware that they could be billed at that point, that would be true, that you would have a year to process that bill. But I don't think I would support at this point in time going retroactively when we have not noticed the community that the billing would occur.
If we were to take a guesstimate, how many transport did we did a year ago? Just
I do not have that
figure
at the top of my head.
All right, thank you very much, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, Councilmember. Tony, let's vote.
Let's clarify where we're voting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are we voting on?
We're voting on the, I should have stated, we're voting on the underlying motion made by Vice Mayor Foley before. Do you want to read?
With the friendly amendment.
With the one friendly amendment, which was to delay the implementation until at least December 1 of Med 30 to create that 7-month runway to see if it fits when the next fiscal year budget is approved. See if it can be continued. Yes. It included the June budget message in full, the memo from Cohen et al., the recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4 without 4A, 4B, or 5 from Councilmember Dewan et al. Did not include the Dewan single signature memo. It modified the Ortiz memo to allocate $500,000, now bringing the total to $1 million, and then revisit an additional $500,000 at the annual report. And I'm trying to remember if there were any other provisions.
I think that's it, Mayor.
Great. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. All right. Well done. Okay. Thank you all. It's exciting. We are now on to item 3.9, approval of the 25-26 operating budget, capital budget, and schedule of fees and charges. Tony, do we have public comment on 3.9?
Oh, I have no cards.
Okay, going back to the council, we will go to Vice Mayor Foley.
Okay, this one might be slightly less controversial. So I just want to thank the city manager. This is where we vote on the operating budget, the capital budget, and fees and charges. So I would like to move approval of the operating budget, the biennial capital budget, the fees and charges, and I would like to include the joint memo by Councilmember Dwan, Campos, and Casey.
Was that Casey? Was that Casey as the second?
Chief says it's okay.
Okay.
And,
yes?
And I just want to say, maybe we could bring Chief down, or I did talk to Police Chief, not Fire Chief, who's way up there, but see how fast Police Chief Joseph can. I did have a conversation with Chief Joseph earlier about this, and he is accepting of the memo, and that's why I included it. Would you like to address anything in it, Chief?
And I would like to address something. I'd like to have a friendly amendment to a word that's in the memo. Under 2A, instead of transfer the positions to another department, it'd be transfer the employees. Because if we transfer the positions, that will be a cost
Okay.
to another department. It would throw the budget out of balance.
I'm fine with that. Thank you. That's something the city manager would catch and I would not. Thank you.
For the gaming, the memo for
Yes.
the gaming. Yeah, so two things. We're not opposed. We would, not generally in love with the idea of setting a dollar amount and then figuring out how much regulation can occur based on that amount, but I think we can figure that out. I think the dollar amount that we've arrived at is not unreasonable. We've already been working to try to find a way to reduce redundancies and make the kind of changes that this memo proposes. I don't exactly know how much bandwidth state regulators have to pick up the slack if our regulation is something less than it currently is. But again, that's something that remains to be seen. And there is in fact state regulation in place, so it's not like there would be nothing remaining. So I think we can come to some agreements here where that is going to work for everybody.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor, can I ask a couple of clarifying questions? Sorry, this is Jim Shannon from the Budget Office. So for the memo entire, so it currently reads to reduce 2 sworn positions. Is that?
I think non-sworn.
I'm sorry, two positions. Is this effective now? So we're going to, as part of this approval of this budget, we are going to cut two positions and reduce the revenue on a corresponding basis. Are we identifying which positions we're cutting?
I believe I can't speak to that. Maybe the chief can speak to that. And let me say this. This memo came in very late. I did not even know this was an issue until last Wednesday actually, when I was contacted and asked if this could be deferred until August. The concerns with the gaming companies, businesses, is the duplications between the state regulators and the city regulators, and I understand that. Personally, I would have preferred delaying this discussion until we had a chance to look at it further in detail and bring it back in August so that, Jim, you could weigh in on the actual dollars that means. So I apologize for it coming through this way, but after talking with the chief, he's comfortable with it, and that made me comfortable with it. So I don't know if the rest of my council's comfortable with it.
So Chief, do you have those 2 positions identified at this juncture? Because that's going to be critical for us to be able to move this forward and bring back implementing ordinances and a final MBA for the council to adopt next week, because I was not aware of this.
So, our preference would be to start with number 1 and then work on figuring out the details here as to what exactly, if we were going to reduce the positions, which ones of those would be with the remaining dollar amounts left over, and also work on number 3, get the collaboration started on deciding the particulars of this. I think in concept, we are not opposed, and we understand the reasons for the memo.
Yeah, if I just throw something out here, I think that the fee that's billed to the card rooms can happen on a quarterly or semi-annual basis. What the council could consider is giving us direction on item number 1 to start that work to the reconciliation between what's in Title 16 and what's the State Gaming Commission. At the same time, we figure out what are the right position mix and sort of bring that back, and we can, I think, not bill the card room fee right up at front, and so that we can maybe reconcile what that fee needs to be once council makes the final call about what will be regulated.
Yeah, and we would defer the billing, so they would not be charged until council made the final approval, what the final fee would be.
Okay, I'm happy with that. I think that works. I don't know who made.
Was it Councilmember Dewan who had the second? I thought it was Councilmember Casey, yeah. You're okay with that? Okay. So sorry, I'm trying to follow here. I would echo the Vice Mayor in that I'm frustrated this came in as much detail as it did, as late as it did. This is not how we make good policy. If these ideas are gonna come up through fees and charges in the budget process, they need to be socialized earlier through our budget study sessions as part of the council's discussion and deliberation through the process. They shouldn't come in the Friday before the budget hearing. So is the that being said, I'm not necessarily opposed to any of it. It's just we take a process for a reason. We go through, we take the time to understand which roles are we cutting, who's losing their job, where's the, how much does that reduce the fee? I understand the city attorney has concerns with number 3 and the legality of, I think we have a title. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
yeah,
fine. Thank you, Mayor. There is a concern about Prop 26 and the use of regulatory fees in the fashion described in number 3. And so we would need to look at that. It's not like there isn't a long history with the card room suing us on the regulatory fee and the appropriate use of the regulatory fee. And so we would want to look more closely at that idea.
And the city manager and our city manager's budget director have raised concerns about number 2. I'd recommend that we move forward number 1 and then revisit at a later date after we've done actual staff work and coordinated with the city attorney, with the city manager's budget office, the implications of Rex 2 and 3, and then we can all make an informed vote at the appropriate time.
And we can commit to coming back in August on this issue. So if that works for everybody.
Let's ask the maker of the motion.
I would agree to delaying item 2 and 3 based on the concerns of number 3, implementing number 1, coming back in August, delaying the billing so that that can be taken into consideration in August as well. I think that's why the timing was rushed in the way it was. So I would accept those as friendly amendments.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate that. I understand you two are dealing with the last-minute nature of this, so I'm not expressing my frustration at you. I appreciate your flexibility there. Let me go to Councilmember Casey to see if that's amenable to him. And actually, Councilor, you had your hand up, so you have the floor.
Yeah, actually, I'm good with 1, but not delaying 2. I understand why we delayed 3 and let the city attorney understand the potential implications of it, but according to the chief and everyone involved, they're fine with moving forward with reallocating or moving those positions elsewhere.
Chief, can you and or the city manager speak to the staffing impact there, just confirm?
And I guess what the concern is, council member, is that without the chief identifying today what those 2 positions would be, we can't keep the budget in balance. And so, because they have to be part of the calculation of which 2 exact positions are we going to be eliminating from this budget, and he does not have that identified. So that's where my concern is. We need to do that so we can tell you which classifications and which dollar amounts are going to be removed from the budget, and therefore we bring you back a balanced budget next week. And so we can certainly strive to eliminate 2 positions. Is it 2? But we haven't done the analysis, I think is what the chief is saying, of which exact 2 positions. I see you nodding your head. They are, but in general agreement that you think we can reduce 2, and we'd bring those to you in the fall, along with, we will also do analysis of where those 2 individuals that are, if they're in filled positions, can be placed throughout the organization, because we also need to do the placement work. Because we would want to notify them and place them either into a vacancy in the police department or some other vacancy in the organization. So you have our commitment that we would be bringing this back as early in August as we possibly can.
Jim, you mentioned that there was a quarterly aspect to this. So could we pass the budget and then the immediate follow-up quarter get rid of the 2 positions?
Correct. We would be able, so right now we would, we'll have to figure that on the specifics, but yeah, we could pass the budget now with the fee in effect and the position still in effect, but delay the billing until we've come back to the council with the recommended changes. Yeah. Okay. And then we would take the corresponding budget actions at that time as well to make sure the budget is so balanced.
Would it be appropriate to ask the card room representative to respond to that aspect of it? No?
Yeah, you have the floor, council member, and you still have plenty of time. You're welcome to ask anyone in the chamber to come down and ask a question of them.
Yeah.
This is not an opportunity for them to give an extended speech, but you can ask questions of anyone in the chamber.
Appreciate it. And Sean, you've heard the conversation as regards to the second point in terms of the two positions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council member, regarding the two positions, we've been having a conversation with Lee Wilcox from the city manager's office and also the police chief and appropriate staff for almost 18 months now. I take umbrage with the fact people say this is new. This is not new. The card rooms have been implemented. Measure H has been implemented for 5 years, where this is a business fairness issue. Lip service about how you're being pro-business and then not actually bringing these things forward and being pro-business is not fair. It's really that simple. What Jim Shannon is saying makes sense. He is the budget expert. I defer to him on that. If that can be done and the net result is those fees to the card rooms will come down, that is what we're trying to achieve here. It's the fairness issue. So if that means that maybe it's delayed a quarter, hopefully the card room won't, give me a trouble when I get back. But I think that they're fair people and fair-minded people, and we can have that. And to your point, yes, I think that makes sense. Number 3, I defer to the city attorney. I've known Nora forever, and not that long, but yes, I defer to legal matters to the city attorney. But on the issue, Mayor, we have been having robust conversations with the city manager, with the city, with the police chief. I had a conversation this morning with the police chief. We have a very good working relationship. I only have positive things to say about the police chief and his staff and Brian Shahop. And we have a meeting tomorrow to further talk about this. This is the first in several steps in trying to create fairness.
So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor.
And sorry, just before we continue, Sean, thank you for your comments. Councilor Casey has the floor, but would you please just state your name for the record?
Yeah, Sean Kelly Rye. I'm a consultant for Casino Matrix.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Casey, you can continue.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, would you be amenable to passing the budget and then the following quarter moving the two positions?
I think subject to the review of the budget office and the other item 3. Item 3 is a little bit different, but subject to the budget office recommendation.
Okay.
Does that work with you?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and you're the seconder?
Yes, second.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's all we're looking for here. Obviously, it's not a new issue. What I do take issue with is the level of specificity coming in Friday before a budget vote when we have been talking fees and charges for over 4 months now. So I appreciate the council's flexibility in getting to a better process here that brings along our city manager, city attorney, and all of our key stakeholders. Let's go to Councilor Dewan, and then we'll take a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you, Jim. How fast can you get that information, or at least reviewing it and come back?
For the card room items that we were just talking about?
Yes.
I think the city manager had committed us to come back in August.
Yeah, we'll want to do it as soon as possible, so I'm saying August. I appreciate the flexibility to give us the first quarter of the fiscal year, but we want to come back in August and align that fee with the budget, so that we can do that as quickly as possible.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. So motion is from Foley. A lot of motions from Foley. We are approving the staff rec, which is the operating and capital budgets and fees and charges schedule with, as I understood it from the group memo that came in on Friday regarding the card rooms, Rec 1 moving forward now, and then it sounded like up to 1 quarter delay before a final deliberation and recommendation and vote on recommendations 2 and 3. Yep. Okay, was there anything else in the motion, or is that it? I think that's okay. Thanks. We've had a long couple days, so I'm just restating these as much for myself as everybody else. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote, please.
I appreciate you restating the motion, just so you know.
Okay,
Motion passes unanimously.
great, thank you. Okay, we have one other item we can hear before 6 p.m., so we will take up a land use, this is a consent item. This is item 10.1, amendment to chapter 20.80, part 8.75. There's no presentation. Tony, do we have public comment?
Tom Peterson, come on down. Patterson, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just saying I think it should be broadened to allow the conversion of existing buildings to mixed use more generally, and because that would allow like communities to become more walkable, and additionally, I think we should maybe be expanding it beyond just downtown and like for upper stories outside of just downtown to yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Coming back to the council. I don't see any hands. Do we have a motion on item 10.1A? So moved. Thank you. Tony, let's vote. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously with Campos absent.
Okay, thank you. So we still have two items that are time certain to be heard at 6 p.m. However, I believe Councilmember Ortiz, we have a flag raising at 6, is that correct? Okay, so for the community, just for the public's knowledge, we are actually, I think, looking at 6:30. So at 6:30, we have two items left. So we will come back for item 10.2 and 10. Is it 10.2 and 10.3, I think? Yes. Those are our final two items, and then we'll go to open forum and then adjournment.
Mayor,
Councilor Campos,
Tony,
did you
can I
want to
just register my
vote?
vote yes for 10.6, please? Thank you. Was it 10.6?
10.1A.
10.1A.
Was
Thank
it
you.
in favor?
Yes vote for Campos. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a unanimous vote. Thank you, council member. Okay, we will recess until 6:30 then.